Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 2 Part 2. Chapter 157. Jun Xie suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine. She had a bad premonition. It felt like she had been caught by a hungry wolf. Cu Fan could only think of one thing: he needed to quickly hide this golden-clothed woman away. That way, the woman that he wanted to bind to him forever and all the weapons that made his eyes turn green with envy would be his. Just thinking about it made his gaze more possessive. Jun Xie quickly took 2 more large steps forward to avoid that sudden feeling. She was only able to relax after entering the hidden forest. Seriously though, what was that feeling just now? She had wanted to ask Bao Bao if there were any hidden powers in this dimension, but she remembered what Bao Bao had said earlier. This was a high-intelligence dimension. Bao Bao's unfamiliar data frequency fluctuation could lead to trouble if noticed. She slashed away the branches blocking her way. She chose one of the largest openings and walked directly in. She had already noticed that there were mysterious creatures inside. One should be the storyline's 9-tailed fox. Although it was a monster on a similar level of difficulty as the flower spirit, there was still a large difference in their fighting levels. The 9-tailed fox was level 92, completely incomparable with Jun Xie's max level of 100. Chaos had been officially open for about 7 months. Although it was hard to level up, there were still many players that were above level 90. The God ranking chart was full with level 100s. Jun Xie stopped in place while playing with her jade flute. She had no plans of entering. These players didn't even know where the demon beast's energy source was. Even if they did, she wouldn't be too anxious. They would only care about the equipment that they could gain from the beast. If it was valuable, then it was useful to them. If Jun Xie just suddenly appeared and dug the 9-tailed fox's spiritual energy bead out, wouldn't those people think she was a strange monster? Chaos hadn't said there was demon energy beads that could be used. She didn't want to become the source of that information and end up becoming their target. She used her high authority status in Chaos to see how many people were inside. She saw that the people inside were coincidentally related to the female lead. They were the Night Owl listens to Snowfall's president, vice president, and 2 elders. They looked like a fixed group. They were only missing a character with curing abilities. The 4 men already included a violent energy outputter, a resentment feeder, an attacker, and a defense man. The female lead and her junior sister were a healer and an experienced mage, respectively. That should be the main reason that the junior sister didn't like the female lead. The team's strengths were already very compatible. There wasn't much need for her position in the group. Of course, this was only her guess. She leaned her back onto a tree and carefree listened to the voices coming from inside. She prepared to wait until they all came out before approaching them. She hadn't thought that an unpredicted factor would come out suddenly. Jun Xie's lips twitched as she watched that thing fly at her abruptly. So this was what getting hit by a bullet just for standing. What happened to her good luck lyre? She quickly stepped back and kicked the mysterious flying thing that came out of nowhere away. With a flash, Jun Xie reappeared on a branch covered in dense foliage. She couldn't possibly be targeted from up here, right? Bang, thuds, and curses sounded out from within the opening. A layer of dust floated out of the opening as well. Jun Xie listened to the situation in silence. She hadn't purposely kicked the flying thing in their direction. That was just instant reflexes. She hoped that the friends inside could be understanding to her situation. Unfortunately, the heavens chose not to listen to Zunmi's wishes. Soon, a buff, muscular man stormed out of the cave. The muscles on his chest and arms bulged out. He carried a sword on his back and wore a simple leather garment. Just from his appearance, it was easy to tell that he was a warrior. Motherfer, which bastard sneak attacked me, come out. The man spit fire as soon as he opened his mouth. He had flown out with his back facing outside, so he hadn't been able to see the face of the culprit. Zunmi speechlessly looked up at the sky. She was currently extremely suspicious that the fortunate star pill she had taken earlier was a fake. "You're a coward for hiding, you turtle. Come out if you dare." The man became even more infuriated when he saw that no one was paying him attention. His back was burning in pain right now. Which bastard was shooting him? Hell, kill him. He, the night owl, listens to snowfalls. People are only this low qualityed. I really see nothing worth praising. Zunmi was angry from being cursed out. She had already planned to stay quiet and ignore him, but this man had just kept cursing and cursing. She jumped down the tree. The lofty leaves had kept Zunmi's entire body hidden. With the addition of their level difference, the burly man naturally had not been able to spot Zunmi. Burly man Wu Sheng only saw a flash before a glimmering gold occupied his entire vision. The woman's golden coat had a delicate water embellishment on its robe edges. Her long hair was a bit scattered due to her sudden movement, flowing like silk in the wind. The black and gold mask covered half of her face, but the visible chin and lips were beautiful without a single flaw. He couldn't imagine how shockingly beautiful this woman with a beautiful aura would be with her entire face visible. The other three, who had just run away from the nine-tailed fox, were also similarly attracted. "Hey, do you still want to keep your eyes?" Zunmi coldly chuckled while emitting an aura of killing intent. Coincidentally, the anger she had been building up from earlier needed a release. Since these people didn't want to be kind, then she'll use them to release stress. After all, holding in emotions was bound to hurt the body. "Woman, don't go overboard. Who do you think you are to speak to us like that?" The burly man woke up from his shock. She was just prettier than most, but even that could be fake skin. He hadn't forgotten that it was this woman just now that had attacked him from behind and caused him to lose face. Not anyone. "And overboard, I'll show you overboard." Zunmi waved her jade flute. Flower petals emerged from all directions. As the flower spirit queen of chaos, she was the head of the flowers when there was no immortal. Summoning petals as weapons was too easy of a task for her. The soft and delicate-looking flower petals suddenly transformed into sharp knife edges as they charged at the man. Even though he dodged in time, there were still many sharp wounds left on his body, causing red liquid to slowly drip out. Even though this was a game, it was meant to be entirely immersive. Therefore, players needed to buy a gaming pod or helmet that would allow their consciousness to slip into the virtual game. Chapter 158. Pain and sensation were all functioning. Players would feel exactly as they would in real life. Of course, players could stay in the game forever. Those with a sleeping pod only needed to add nutritional liquid into the pod to stay for an extended amount of time. Those with helmets could only stay for a day at most before logging off to regain energy. However, only the high-leveled officials and extremely affluent people could get access to a pod. but the degree of immersiveness in the pod was so high that it was almost impossible to distinguish between real and virtual world. Little girl, attacking without even the slightest warning. Good, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. The burly man was once again infuriated. He wanted to fight Jun Xie until she was begging for mercy. How could there be such a person who wanted to jump into trouble with him? But before the burly man could act, the handsome man in a sky-blue robe stepped forward to stop him. This miss, please don't be offended. Wu Sheng's personality is a bit impulsive, but he has no ill intention. I will apologize on his behalf. I hope you will be able to let this matter go today. Yan Yichen, or game name Scattered Dust, nodded towards Jun Xie with sincerity, admitting fault. Usually, Scattered Dust would consider the entire situation before making the best decision. This time, although he didn't recognize this golden woman, he knew she was a powerful player. Moreover, she had just searched her data. She was a level 100 master on the hidden rankings chart. So now, no matter who was wrong, it would be not suitable to get into a conflict. He was just 2 levels away from being at the max level. The closer to 100, the harder it was to upgrade. Wu Sheng was only at level 90. They would obviously be at a disadvantage when fighting a player at the max level. Jun Xie raised an eyebrow. The second male lead's IQ was pretty high. Let it go. How could I let it go? I'm not that kind-hearted to the point that I'm willing to endure my anger when others curse at me repeatedly. If he had been less aggressive in the beginning, then she would have turned and left without another word. But now not likely. Scattered Dust was a bit troubled. He could see that she was angry. He turned to look at the man he was currently holding back. Wu Sheng was breathing heavily, obviously also still angry. Forget it, both sides weren't listening. But Wu Sheng was still a member of his clan, and a longtime teammate. He couldn't just stand back and watch him be beat up. Miss Jun, what about this? We'll gift you half of the level 90 weapons we just got. We hope you as the superior player will let us go. He stiffened his heart and pulled out a dukin he received after slashing the 9-tailed fox. This was something that they had collected just for Zyro Kai. Zyro Kiss secondary powers needed auxiliary weapons. Jun Xie glanced at the dukin. The relevant information immediately popped up on the screen. Xuan Yu Dukin level 90. Attacking weapon. Various attributes followed the title. Jun Xie rubbed her chin. This thing wasn't that great. It was too big. It wouldn't be convenient to carry around. Although there was space in her game inventory, there wasn't much practical uses for it. It was mostly for showing off. Xuan Yu Dukin plus his apology. Or else, there's nothing to discuss. After thinking about it, Jun Xie decided to give Scattered Dust face and not reject his goodwill. You never know when someone could help you in the future. Scattered Dust let out a sigh of relief. He grabbed Wu Sheng and approached Jun Xie. He gestured to tell him to quickly apologize. Although Wu Sheng wasn't exactly willing, he had to listen to his president's orders. Sorry, he said dryly, though his attitude was at least professional. Scattered Dust quickly handed the dukin to Jun Xie. Jun Xie waved her arms and accepted the dukin. She looked at them closely before turning and disappearing. After making sure she was gone, Wu Sheng turned to his president. Leader, we could have beat that little girl in a fight. Why? Slap. Scattered Dust's fan hit Wu Sheng's shoulder. All you know is fight, fight, fight. You didn't even consider Jun Xie's background. You need to change your impulsiveness before you end up planted on the floor. Scattered Dust was powerless. This wasn't the first time he had said this. But Wu Sheng never listened. What background? Wu Sheng was still confused. Stupid, her data showed that she was a max-level master. How were you going to fight her? Don't say that full level isn't necessarily related to strength. Didn't you see what she just did? A tall and handsome man in black unapologetically slapped Wu Sheng in attempt to wake him up. Dust, now the Xuan Yu Gyukin is gone. What are we going to do with Zyro Kai? Lonely Skulla spoke up, his clear complexion carrying slight worry. They had come specifically for that Xuan Yu Gyukin. Now that the Gyukin is gone. Scattered Dust waved his hand. Well, get Zyro Kai something else. Even though there's only one Xuan Yu Gyukin, there are other weapons that could help with Zyro Kai's secondary skills. I remember you could gain a ice flute at the Split Pool storybook. The group looked at each other and frowned. Although the Split Pool wasn't as high-leveled a villain as the Nine-Tailed Fox, the difficulty level was much higher. Those that tried to complete that mission all came back with only injuries to show for it. All right, let's go. Scattered Dust also knew about the Split Pool situation, but there was no other option. As the group left, they didn't notice that a woman in gold reappeared in their spot. Zun Mai played with her flute while deep in thought. It sounded like this Split Pool was even harder than the Nine-Tailed Fox mission. She also wanted to go and join the fun, she thought while walking. Inside the cave hung various nameless gems, causing the originally mysterious and dangerous cave to glimmer with light. Under the light, the defeated Nine-Tailed Fox laid on the ground, his body still bleeding heavily. Seeing Zun Mai approach, the fox only averted its eyes and continued licking his wound. Zun Mai twitched her lips. Was this some special greeting between NPC characters? Little Nine, tell me. Where is your spiritual energy bead located? Zun Mai once again felt that her good fortune pill was a fake. Look how much trouble she encountered just on her way here. Even this beautiful Nine-Tailed Fox couldn't make up for her inner despair, because this feller's spiritual energy bead location was probably empty. The Nine-Tailed Fox looked up into Zun Mai's eyes and let out a weak warning cry. Zun Mai laughed helplessly. Little Nine, you don't even have your claws right now and you still want to scratch people. Aren't you afraid you'll get skinned with that attitude? Chapter 159. The Nine-Tailed Fox fur rose due to Zun Mai's words. As if it had been hit in its weak spot, it snared at Zun Mai as its front paws thrashed the floor. Zun Mai watched the Nine-Tailed Fox fool around. With a wave of her hand, a chair appeared for her to sit. She had a lot of time to waste with the fox. She had thought that no one else knew of the uses of the spiritual energy beads. But there was someone who was one step ahead of her. What a miscalculation. Little Nine, did you want to be like this forever, unable to transform into human? Unable to return to its peak condition? No wonder she heard Scattered Dust's people talking like that. This dumb fox's spiritual energy bead was gone. How was it supposed to perform as a high-leveled villain? The Nine-Tailed Fox sagged down, his entire head shrugged all the way to the ground. Its large watery eyes were filled with deep sorrow. This can make you recover quickly and also help you transform. Zani took out a Dar-Huan pill and fed it to the fox. She sighed in her heart. She had just triggered open all of the information regarding the game Chaos. The main setting was the fight between gods and demons. But on the deeper side, those players all chose strange camps and martial arts. Some could cultivate into immortals, some were similar to Jianghu assassins from ancient times or warriors. Anyways, it was a large hodgepodge full of everything. Of course, when the players enter the game, they must decide to choose either the clan of gods or demons. But their decision wouldn't limit their player development. Rather, it would only add additional and specific capabilities. There were many spirits in the game as well. The two largest leaders were Jun Xie and this 9-tailed fox. Jun Xie felt the need to rent. Human intelligence really was limitless. She didn't know how many brain cells were needed to make such a high-leveled intelligence object. After eating the Dar-Huan pill, the 9-tailed fox glowed with a golden aura. After about half an hour, a cute young boy appeared in front of Jun Xie. It was obvious that he was still young. His cheeks adorably still had its baby fat. Flower Queen Big Sister, thank you. The young fox boy turned around with happiness and rushed to Jun Xie's side, a bit embarrassed. After all, he had just treated her so poorly. Not only did she not hold it against him, but she even helped him transform. Jun Xie rubbed the young boy's floppy hair. Very comfortable. She could see why her husband loved rubbing her hair now. Little Nine, come tell Big Sis. Who took your spiritual energy bead? Who would be so ruthless to attack such an adorable and obedient little boy? That's unforgivable, she thought, seeming to have forgotten the reason she was here. She was firmly stuck in indignation. Little Nine was so pitiful. Should she bring him along? If he stayed here, he'll get killed sooner or later. He didn't even have his spiritual energy bead now, so he would only be playing defense. No matter how high his cultivation was, it was bound to deteriorate over time. He'll need to take Dar-Huan pills regularly to alleviate the disadvantage of not having his spiritual energy bead. Maybe she should go capture the spiritual energy bead of the snake at Split Pool. That's the new plan. Big Sis, a monk took my spiritual energy bead. He said he was the King Fang elder from Green Sun clan. The suddenly renamed fox Little Nine rubbed his head into Jun Xie's palm and replied. He looked like a bullied little boy complaining to his parent so that his parent could get revenge for him. Jun Xie was stunned by the attack of cuteness. How could Little Nine be so adorable? No, she had to take him back and raise him. Wait, the Green Sun clan was so familiar to her. So it was that impressive old man. Don't worry. Let's go. Big Sis will help you get revenge. You won't be safe here. Come to Big Sis Pavilion. After I help you recover, you'll go find that stupid monk. Being an NPC sure was hard. Not only do they have to get beaten by players, they also have to avoid being attacked by other NPCs. Little Nine happily followed by Jun Xie's side. He had originally thought she was just another person here to steal his treasures, but it seemed like he had misunderstood her. As they returned to their clan, Shangguan Kai screen name Yao Yao, Zyro Kai and junior sister Zai Qin coincidentally bumped into Scattered Dust's returning group. Master, you're back. Where's the Gyukin? Yao Yao, Zyro Kai ran to Scattered Dust. Her mind had been on the Xuan Yu Gyukin the whole time. That Gyukin was not only a strong attack weapon, but also an extremely pretty instrument. Scattered Dust apologetically supported Yao Yao Zyro Kai after she charged over. Zyro Kai, Master will get you the ice flute tomorrow. If not because it was already so late and his group needed to recover, they would have headed straight for Split Pool. Yao Yao Zyro Kiss smile disappeared. She pouted, no, Master. I only want the Xuan Yu Gyukin. Zyro Kai, someone else got that Gyukin. Tomorrow, I'll get you the ice flute. Its attacking power is also very high. It's not one bit lesser than the Xuan Yu Gyukin. Lonely Skull spoke up to explain, a bit unhappy. They spent a whole afternoon fighting the nine-tailed fox. They were already tired. He really didn't want to stand here repeating this again. Yao Yao Xiaoki's eyes immediately swelled. She weakly said, "Master, Skala Gij. I'm sorry. I'm being too stubborn. But Xiaokai really likes the Kshu and Yu Bukin. I'm sorry." Lonely Scholar took a deep breath before lightly patting Xiaoki's head. "Comforting," he said, "I spoke too harshly. Xiaokai, don't be hurt. It's too late today, let's go rest up first." Yao Yao Xiaokai nodded and obediently left with everyone else. Meanwhile, no one noticed Xiaoki's eyes flashed with hatred. It was like this every time. Everyone could only see Yao Yao Xiaokai. She was standing there but no one even said hi to her. Just as everyone took their seats to prepare discussing tomorrow's plans, World News interrupted them. World announcement: congratulations player Zun Mai for acquiring pet nine-tailed fox. World announcement: congratulations player Zun Mai for acquiring pet nine-tailed fox. World announcement: congratulations player Zun Mai for acquiring pet nine-tailed fox. World chat: I only play piano, not feelings. WTF. What did I just see? Is the nine-tailed fox the one I think it is? World chat: where is my empress? Am I the only one wondering who Zun Mai was? World chat: little girl, I just went to search up Zun Mai. It's a max level master on the hidden rankings chart. World chat: you have no brains, do you? Master, please take me in too. Master, please let me cling onto your golden thigh. Chapter 160. World chat: gossip's right hand, let me explain it to you. This big master Zun Mai has a beautiful golden outfit. Most importantly, she only appeared today. As soon as she appeared, she acquired the level 92 villain nine-tailed fox. Master, do you need a housekeeper, the kind that has college experience, knows how to cook, and knows how to warm your bed? World chat: Cinnabar, I'm going to open a forum for Big Master Zun Mai. Meanwhile, the topic of their chatter was currently looking at Little Nine. They had journeyed back without much trouble, but as soon as they returned to her Jiuzian pavilion, the world announcement blasted. Zun Mai, all I want to do is peacefully steal a spiritual energy bead. But no one heard Zun Miss inner pleas. The world chat was still blowing up. World chat: the Chinese little goblin, this is the first time I'm even finding out you can gain a pet. WTF, nine-tailed fox, how strong can a pet get? World chat: see handsome, the nine-tailed fox is very suitable for you. World chat: tall, rich, handsome. Speaking of which, we had gone to fight the nine-tailed fox and we bumped into Big Master. World chat: lonely scholar, the Big Master went back there to acquire a nine-tailed fox. Strong. World chat: tall, rich, handsome. RRRR. I only just saw Big Master. See handsome's response above mine. So excited. Screenshot. World chat: Borhinir, Big Master. See handsome seems to know Big Master Zun Mai personally. Wower, what to do, so cute. The world continued to chatter endlessly. Zun Mai silently read the conversation before looking up at the sky. She really didn't think it would be like this. She had officially become two people, because the rest of the conversation had been dragged to another topic that also made her want to cry. World chat: crazy woman, hey, do you think that flower spirit queen can also be taken as a pet? World chat: slightly cold night, now that you mention it, I really want to go try. World chat: big wintermelon, those who want to make a group and fight Jiuzian pavilion, sign up here. Wow. She had distracted the female lead from fighting her after much difficulty. Now, there was a big crowd wanting to come fight her. Little Nine cowered in a corner while watching his new big sis emit a growing black aura. He let out a little prayer. He really didn't know who angered his flower queen sister. Little Nine was only a high-intelligence NPC and not a player. He only knew that there were often strange people trying to sneak into his territory. World Chat Golden Perfume. There's so many big masters. World Chat, what's there to let go of when you didn't even hold on? Big Master, please take me in. Jun Xie couldn't bear reading the rest. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back the urge to pick up her sword. What was she going to do tomorrow? If those people really come to fight her, it would be no joking matter. She furrowed her brows and sat down in her throne. Big sis, Little Nine worriedly called. Jun Xie patted Little Nine's hair and helplessly said, Little Nine, you're the best. Those bad people, I was the one that used to beat them up. Now, they want to turn me into a pet. So mean. What if anyone dares mess with Big Sis? I'll bite them to death. Little Nine exploded. His flower queen sister is so wonderful. How could anyone hurt her? Be good, Little Nine. Let's go. Big Sis will take you to see my Jiuxian pavilion. Jun Xie jumped up and dragged Little Nine away. She didn't see the new news being broadcasted in the world. World Chat. See handsome Jun Xie, you promised to take me to fight at Jiuxian pavilion. I'll see you there at the front gates tomorrow. See you. Fan didn't care how chaotic the World Chat became. He only stared unblinkingly at the chat box, waiting for one person's reply. After waiting from the evening to early morning, CU Fan didn't get a reply. His face was filled with hurt. He didn't care. No matter what, he was going to go to Jiuxian Pavilion to wait. He was going to wait until she came. Meanwhile, Jun Xie was currently in deep peaceful slumber. She had already made up her mind. Since she had split up into two characters, then she might as well keep playing on as such. Jun Xie woke up to the sound of birds chirping. She reached out and stretched her arms. Players along with NPCs didn't need to eat while in the game. Of course, there were many players that still did. If anyone wanted to eat, they could get food at the restaurants or inns. As a game that was deemed a second life, it was naturally very realistic. As soon as she walked into the hall, Little Nine rushed over. Big sis, there's a weird person outside that has been standing there since early morning. Little Nine had originally wanted to go catch a chicken, but when he saw the person standing in front of the gate, he quickly ran back to inform his flower queen sister. Jun Xie curved her lips. Was the group of players that had said they wanted to work together to fight her? How interesting. She looked down at her clothes, Flower Queen's golden robes. She pulled out a matching golden mask from her inventory, allowing only her shining peach blossom eyes to be visible. As soon as Jun Xie stepped out of her front gates, Jun Xie wanted to fall to the floor and play dead. Why was it her dear husband Krikrio? She should have checked the scent of the mysterious visitor before coming out. Was it too late to just disappear now? Jun Xie. All right, it was too late. CU Fan was a bit confused. He looked up to check the sign on the gates. It did say Jiuxian Pavilion. But why was it Jun Xie that was greeting him? Jun Xie blinked her eyes before coughing. This gentleman, did you have business here at my pavilion? Who is this Jun Xie you speak of? Are you perhaps at the wrong place? Forget it. She'll try to fool him first. She was still preoccupied with being petty. She didn't plan on forgiving him for earlier. Humph. CU Fan frowned. Not wrong, it is you. No matter if she changed her clothes or her identity, she would still be her. He would never mistake someone else for her. As long as she still gave him that intense feeling that made his hands itch to hide her away, he'll always recognize her. Speaking of which, he felt like his eyes were useless. Jun Xie's outfit this time was also very pretty. It was made out of golden silk. It must be a first-rate treasure. And that flute in her hand, was that the ice flute? But it didn't seem exactly like it. It seemed of a higher class than ice flute. Jun Xie's eyebrows raised in disbelief. Could he take his eyes off her flute for just a second? He was practically drooling. Okay. Gentlemen, please return. The person you are looking for is not here. She turned and closed the gate doors behind her. She really was too naive. How could she think that she could compare to her flute in his eyes? When did her charm fall so low? No, she needed to divert her husband's attention back to herself. The abandoned Cu fan stared at the shimmering, golden doors in front of him in confusion. What happened? Chapter 161. Cu fan threw those confusing thoughts away. He leaned on the door and prepared for a long battle. Little Nine pulled on Jun Xie's robe. That weird person outside didn't look like he was leaving anytime soon. Would that make his big sis even more unhappy? Little Nine, don't worry. Let's go out from the back door to play. Jun Xie rubbed Little Nine's head. If her husband wasn't going to change his attitude, she was just going to give him the cold shoulder. She'll talk when he comes to his senses, humph. The two happily ran off, leaving Cu fan silently waiting at the door. But before he could enjoy the peace and quiet, groups of people began appearing. Based on their weapons and levels, it was obvious that this was the group that declared they were going to fight the Jiu Zion Pavilion storybook. Cu fan was a bit confused. Why was Jun Xie both a player and the flower spirit queen? It was a bit annoying to have to use his brain. When the group of people that rushed over saw Big Master C handsome in front of Jiu Zion Pavilion, they looked at each other. Should they go cling onto his big thigh, or should they go cling onto his big thigh, or maybe they should go cling onto his big thigh? C handsome, you're also here to complete the Jiu Zion Pavilion storybook. Big Wintermelon stepped forward carefully. Those that came with him were also observing C Handasma's reaction. Please don't let it be that they've intruded on his plans. C Handsome's powers were too strong. He was the first person to have reached the max level. Now, he was already a god amongst gods, with numerous skills all at their max level. Even if two other players with max levels fought him, he would come out victorious, much less this group of level 90-something players. Moreover, there was no option for open battle with players currently. If a player wanted to attack another player, they would need to attack on a fighting platform. Therefore, there could only be one-on-one battles, not group fighting against one. They went blind or stupid enough to pick a fight with him. Cu fan swept a cold glance over the group of people. He spoke unhappily. Why are you coming now? You've scared Jun Xie away. He was unhappy. He had been wondering why Jun Xie ran off when he hadn't even done anything to her. Now he knew why. It must have been because of these people that Jun Xie went into hiding. If these people went here, then Jun Xie would have definitely let him into Jiu Zion Pavilion. Then he would have had the chance to spend time alone with her. The blamed group looked up with utter confusion. They scared away Master Jun Xie. We apologize, C handsome. Did Big Master Jun Xie leave perhaps because she had urgent business? Big Wintermelon saw the others' eye gestures and had no choice but to step up reluctantly and communicate. He hoped that he wouldn't turn his fighting gaze to them. They really didn't have enough weapons to combat him. That's not true. Zun Mai left as soon as you guys came. If you weren't the ones that scared her away, do you think it was me? Cu Fan arrogantly replied. He was so handsome, how could he scare others? Big Winter Melon really wanted to tell him that it was most likely his own doing, but he didn't have the guts. Slightly Cold Night's baby face held in her laugh. She had never thought that Big Master C Handsome would be so adorable. Last time, when he had saw the magnetic stone she had, his face crinkled as he tried to hide his wanting behind a face of coolness. This time, meeting once again, she really felt that C Handsome was contrastingly cute. TN usually applies when someone has an unexpectedly cute side that goes against their outer appearance. He looked so tall and overbearing on the outside but was actually innocently adorable beyond belief. If Cu Fan knew what Slightly Cold Night was thinking, he would probably have striked her down with thunder. What part of him was innocently adorable? He was only too lazy to use his brain. Okay. I apologize, Big Master C Handsome. Then well, go help you find Big Master Zun Mai. Slightly Cold Night helped find a solution. It was mainly because if she stayed for any longer, she would become his fangirl. Cu Fan thought about it for a second. With more people helping, he would be able to see Zun Mai sooner. Seeing how this group of people were behaving sincerely, he'll just have to reluctantly agree to their request. He nodded his head solemnly. When you find her, tell me. He looked back at the large doors behind him longingly before leaving crestfallen. The flower spirit queen isn't inside. Of course, he didn't forget to kind-heartedly relay information to them. He could feel that Zun Miss Aurora was getting further and further away. She had probably long left Ju Zion Pavilion. Therefore, this group of people shouldn't waste their time here and help him look for Zun Mai elsewhere. Not seeing that they were being used as a makeshift search party, the group looked up with idolization as he flashed away. Wow, as expected of C Handsome, he had actually finished fighting Ju Zion Pavilion. They must cling onto his big thigh. They determinedly went off to find Big Master Zun Mai in hopes of gaining C Handsome's good opinion. What a beautiful misunderstanding. Zun Mai changed her clothes and took Little Nine in fox form on a walk down a crowded road. It was an area that was reminiscent of ancient styles, yet included modern facilities that were together unexpectedly harmonious. But the clothing worn were usually long skirts that fully complemented the surrounding green mountains, blue waters, and blooming flowers. It's Big Master Zun Mai. How fateful of us to meet again. Zaikin had dragged Yao Ziro Kai to the market to check for treasures when she coincidentally bumped into the Big Master before her. The schemer in her was jumping up and down. Just yesterday she was thinking of getting Zun Miss mask. But today, she was thinking of how to gain Zun Miss affections. After all, she was a mysterious max-leveled Big Master. Especially after finding out that her master and the others had gone off early morning to look for Yao Ziro Kiss Ice Flute, her jealousy was about to erupt. If she hadn't been waiting for an opportunity, she wouldn't be allowing Yao Ziro Kai to flourish like this. If she could become allies with Zun Mai, then she would never have to humiliate herself by bending over backwards to please others. No one would ignore her then. Big Master Zun Mai, hello. I am Yao Ziro Kai. Yao Ziro Kai looked up with adoration. But her eyes were filled with complex emotions. It looked as if she both truly admired Zun Mai but also truly envied Zun Mai. Zun Mai slightly nodded her head. She didn't plan on showing them attention. One was a black-hearted lotus, another was a questionable Mother Teresa. She had no interest in either of them. Big Master Zun Mai is leaving already. Could we have the honor of going with you? It was as if Zaikin didn't notice Zun Mi's coldness. She smiled happily while asking with anticipation. Her pupils were completely clean and clear, without any hidden agenda. Zun Mai bit her tongue. It looked like this was another actor. Split pool. She really wanted to see where their bottom line was. She quickly walked forward and let out a mischievous smile. She remembered that Scattered Dust had said he was planning on going to the Split Pool storybook today. Chapter 162. Zaikin's eyes lit up before quickly following along. Split pool. If Big Master Zun Mai wanted to get the ice flute, then Yao Yao Zyro Kai would have lost again. As long as she wasn't happy, Zaikin was happy. Yao Yao Zyro Kai didn't think too much about it. They had been planning on going to the split pool after the market anyways. This morning, her master had said that he would give her the ice flute. Even though she preferred the Xuan Yu Gyukin, she would take anything over nothing. Soon, others began to notice the traveling party of one leading in the front and two followers. World Chat. Big Winter Melon. See handsome, we see Big Master Zun Mai coordinates. Split pool. World Chat. Big Winter Melon. See handsome, we see Big Master Zun Mai coordinates. Split pool. World Chat. Big Winter Melon. See handsome, hurry over. Big Master Zun Mai is about to enter the split pool. Secretly following behind Zun Mai, Big Winter Melon and Slightly Cold Night simultaneously sent out their messages while taking sneak glances at Zun Mai. Just look at her unparalleled grace, look at her unique golden wear. She was absolutely too beautiful. But wait. Why hadn't they ever heard of this golden costume? Was it from some mystery storybook, or did she get it from fighting at Ju Zion Pavilion? Zun Mai had felt the gazes of the two little mice behind them. Her feelings were mixed. She had seen the news in the world chat. Husband, why are you looking for me? What are you trying to do? It couldn't be because of her flute, right? If it was, she'll really hit someone. Big Winter Melon and Slightly Cold Night still thought that they were being very sly, staying hidden. They took screenshots and then went to the forums to post. Of course, Yao Yao Zyro Kai and Zaikin completely didn't notice the people following them. When they walked to the outskirts of the split pool, they first saw a large lake. The water inside was a bit muddy. In the middle swirled a giant python. There were several people standing on the stones scattered in the lake. Coincidentally, they were Scattered Dust's group that Zun Mai had met yesterday. Zun Mai looked for a place to watch with interest. When the two sides had both delivered equal harm to each other, shall go finish off that python. Level 90, not bad. Its spiritual energy bead would be good enough for little 9 to use. He would only need to refine it a little through his own cultivation. Why was she suddenly interested in this NPC's issues? Because to ignite the demon clan's bloodline, she must first become the demon clan's holy leader. To become the holy leader of the demon clan, she needed to sympathize with other demons. Her own identity as a flower spirit has already risen to become the queen of the flower spirits. As long as she collected all the other spirit groups, she'll be successful. Those strange people are no match for the python. Little 9 had been quietly sitting in Zun Mi's arms the whole time and watching the fight. He didn't understand. Those people were obviously not strong enough to defeat the python. Why would they come bother it? Zun Mai petted little 9's fur while responding. The python won't come out in good shape either. If those people do their best, they'll still be able to give the python a heavy blow. She was very excited to see that outcome. That would save her a lot of her own energy. You want to collect that python, it'll help you. Si Yufan quietly arrived by Jun Xie's side right in time to hear her words. Without even hesitating, he promised her. The silver sword in his hands responded to his words. They were ready to go. Jun Xie's hands twitched, almost throwing little Nine out. Her head robotically turned to the side, allowing that familiar face to appear in her line of vision. Even though she had already known her husband was coming, she didn't think he would be here so quickly. Couldn't he give her some time to prepare? But wait, what did her husband just say? Oh, is he handsome preparing to use the python as a trade for my flute or my mask? Humph. She was going to be petty until the end. She didn't plan on forgetting the past so easily. Si Yufan froze for a second. He didn't think this would be her response. It took him a while to find his tongue again. He quickly began to explain. No, it's just that I saw you were interested in the python. So I wanted to get it for you. As for that flute and mask, actually, he would much rather have her instead. If she really wanted to trade, he wanted to ask her if it was possible to trade that python for her. And that's the truth. Jun Xie doubted it. Her husband wasn't staring at her things while drooling. That seems to be illogical. Si Yufan put his hands up to swear that it was the complete truth. All right, I'll believe you. But I don't want the snake. I want its life. That python hadn't transformed into a python lord yet. If it lost its spiritual energy bead, it would die. Little Nine had been able to live because he had the powerful nine-tailed fox clan's blood in him. But his cultivation and lifespan will continuously falter as time passed. Si Yufan tilted his head. Wouldn't it be good to take the python in as a pet? Why would she take its life? But as long as it was what Jun Xie wanted, he would do it. Who cares whether that python lived or not? It had nothing to do with him. Jun Xie understood Si Yufan's thought process. A warmness spread all throughout her body. Her lips curved up unconsciously into a small smile. Although her husband had some strange habits in this life, his nature hadn't changed at all. Seeing Jun Xie smile, Si Yufan also broke into a smile. The two beautiful people smiled at each other, a handsome man and a pretty woman, and created a beautiful image. Big Winter Melon and Slightly Cold Night had already become their CP fans. TNCP is the Chinese equivalent of OTP fans. They quickly began filming a 360-degree HD capture of their interactions. They can't hold out for much longer. Si Yufan had been observing the group fighting against the python in the middle of the lake. The python had only suffered minor injuries, but the players lacked treatment, making their recovery incredibly slow. Their blue XP bars were about to reach its bottoms. The most they could last was another 2 minutes before they collapsed. Jun Xie nodded her head in agreement. Scattered Dust's people were done. Just as she was about to speak up, a flash of white light quickly landed on the fighting group, making their dangerously low blood levels jump back to normal. Jun Xie raised an eyebrow. This female lead title really was more than just a title. One move was enough to restore 4 people's blood to such high levels. Si Yufan face expression read, what a pity. He had already prepared to take over. The most shocked would be the python. Those beady bugs were just about to die. How are they suddenly back to complete health? Yao Zero Kai had just been distracted, so she hadn't been watching her master's situation closely. When she glanced over again, her eyes widened. She instinctively threw a restoration and blood-adding treatment over. She threw away all other thought and rushed to the edge of the lake. She continued to give her master and the others more blood so that they had time to increase their blue XP bar. Chapter 163. A certain defeat had suddenly turned into a victory. The female lead was truly talented. Jun Xie and Cu Fan didn't show too much change in expression, but Zai Qin and Big Winter Melon's faces' sudden expressions were easily detectable. Slightly cold, tell me. Are my eyes working? Big Winter Melon rubbed his eyes, completely shocked. This was the first time he realized that a healer could be so OP. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Okay. He knew who Yao Yao Xiaokai was. Owl listens to Snowfall's #1 beauty. But he hadn't imagined that not only was her beauty worth noting, but her skills were incredibly powerful too. Slightly Cold Night was also shocked. They were both healers. She even had the higher level. But in comparison, Yao Yao Xiaokai was the better healer. AI. Was it, as the saying goes, Yangtze's waves push forward other waves to their deaths atop the sand? No, that's nonsense. I wonder if Big Master Jun Xie could also do something like this. I really want to see. Big Winter Melon didn't wait for Slightly Cold Night's response and began talking to himself. Zai Qin's face darkened as she heard the others praising Yao Yao Xiaokai. It was always like this. It was like everyone could only see Yao Yao Xiaokai. She wasn't willing. She really didn't want to accept this. When Yao Yao Xiaokai came back holding the ice flute, Zai Qin's face darkened even more. Jun Xie was already becoming suspicious about whether she grabbed the wrong book. She should have been the second female lead, but she became a NPC instead. Meanwhile, the second female lead was completely easy picking for the female lead. She rubbed Little Nine's head as her smile widened. She thought that these were interesting new developments. This way, she couldn't predict the future or the ending. The things people were unsure about the most always made them more curious to investigate. Miss Jun, we meet again. Scattered Dust and his group walked up to greet Jun Xie. They had decided last night that they wanted to create a connection with this mysterious big master. They couldn't even grasp the true extent of her skills. Moreover, she was close with a #1 ranked C handsome. Together, they were a completely unstoppable pair. Jun Xie nodded her head slightly as acknowledgement. She looked down at the ice flute in Yao Yao Xiaokai's hand. The color wasn't as pretty as her ice blue flute. Its powers were far inferior to her own flute. Not interested. But, since her husband liked flutes so much, she wondered if this flute could catch his eye. She took a glance at Cu Fan, and met his dark eyes as they silently gazed down at her. Jun Xie blinked in surprise. The emotion inside his eyes were too strong for her to decipher. Jun Xie, that flute isn't as good as yours. If you want one, I have better ones. Cu Fan spoke solemnly. He didn't notice that his words made the previously happy female lead immediately deflate. Oh, you have better ones then. When have you been coveting my flute? Jun Xie placed Little Nine down on her shoulder and pulled her ice blue flute out of her backpack. The light blue color shined bright, extraordinary from the first glance. Cu Fan pitifully looked down. I'm not lying. I really do have a lot of treasures. OMG, is this because he has dragon blood in him, so he feels the urge to collect shiny treasures if you want them? I'll give them all to you. Really, he had collected many advanced leveled equipment and weapons. Some were very useful limited editions. Jun Xie's smile deepened. It looked like she might have misunderstood her husband a little. He wasn't just after her flute. He seemed to have a preference for all treasures. She really was speechless. Jun Xie, you have to believe me. I can show them to you right now. Seeing her stare at him without saying anything, Xie Fan immediately became anxious. He quickly pulled out his better quality goods out of his inventory and placed them down in front of Jun Xie so that she can look and choose her favorites. There were fire whips, double knives, scepters, obsidian stones, and so on. All were rare treasures that Big Master Xie Fan had just thrown down in front of everyone. Jun Xie's lips twitched as she looked down at the crowded floor. She didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This fellow wasn't afraid that she would take them all away. She helplessly stopped his hand from pulling more out. She patted her husband's puppy head. She suddenly realized how overtly adorable her husband was in this life. I believe you. Put your fins away now. I don't need them. Seeing his face change, she continued. I have a lot of treasures in my hands too. It's not like I can use them all. If I need any, I'll come get them from you. Okay, all right. When her husband looked at her with his clear eyes, she really was hopeless. Especially when he had such a childish expression on a handsome and stern face. It was contrastingly cute. After Xie Fan confirmed that Jun Xie really didn't need them, he put his things back in his inventory. He happily returned to Jun Xie's side, as if he were a large husky skipping happily back to his owner's side. The others on site hadn't even recovered yet. They had just seen such bright light that they all had a headache. They had been forcefully fed a large bag of dog food. Being fed dog food is a popular slang used to describe being forced to watch a couple perform PDA or act lovey-dovey. It was very torturous to watch, but they couldn't take their eyes off the two. Xie Fan noticed that Jun Xie's eyes kept darting back towards the python. He immediately remembered what she had said before. He picked up his silver sword and swung it at the python. With a few swipes, he brought the already severely injured snake to Jun Xie. Jun Xie, this is for you. His eyes shined brightly, obviously looking for praise. Jun Xie could no longer hold it in and let out a laugh. Her husband really was too cute. The anger inside from earlier released like a popped balloon. Then, I'll accept it. Let's go. With a wave of her hand, the python was transported into her inventory. She turned to leave. She had gotten what she wanted, so there was no point in staying around. When the two disappeared from sight, the frozen onlookers finally came back to their senses. They had all been given a live show demonstrating how Big Master Xie Handsome groveled to try to please Big Master Jun Xie. So happy, so excited. They definitely needed to go alert everyone else. How could they be the only ones to be forced to eat such dog food? Everyone must suffer together. Big Winter Melon and Slightly Cold Night quietly edited down the recording they had taken and turned it into a world video. They called everyone over to watch as Big Master happily bullied the single dogs. Single dogs just refers to those that are single. Scattered Dust actually admired the two of them, especially Xie Handsome Big Master. He hadn't known that you could so shamelessly caught someone. The previously tall and aloof Big Master Xie Handsome was now considered shameless in his eyes. Yao Xiaoqi's eyes were filled with envy. She really couldn't compare to that woman at all. She didn't even have the right to be jealous of her. Chapter 164. If someone was only slightly more excellent than you might be a bit upset and jealous. But if that person was far more superior than you could only admire them from below. Zaikin had mixed emotions about this. Before, she had wanted to create a good relationship with Zunmai. Now, she was a bit jealous of her. She at least had a bit of logic left, and didn't allow her jealousy to become hatred. Soon, the world forums were filled with Zunmai and CU fans' news. A post called became popular. Inside were pictures of the two from yesterday at Split Pool. There were also screenshots of the declaration Handsome made yesterday in the world chat. One comment: Crickery Big Master had to market and sell himself. How are we, the little shrimps, supposed to live? 2 comment: upstairs, let's watch Big Master continue with the PDA. 3 comment: who is this Big Master Zunmai? How come I never heard of her? 4 comment: upstairs, this is the explanation post. You're welcome. Attached introduction to Zunmai post. 33 comment: Big Master, please let me cling to your golden thigh. 108 comment: am I the only one that noticed that there was finally someone that could rule over him? That's what he gets for stealing my treasure. Oh. All the comments and opinions couldn't bother Zun Miss Tail, CU fan. He finally had the change to enter her home, Ju Zion Pavilion. It was similar to what he expected, but with an addition of a touch of majesty. It complemented Zunmai very well. He completely ignored that stupid fox Teneduman. It wasn't Zunmai. Why should he care about it? Although he had already put Zunmai in his heart, CU fan didn't know exactly what his feelings for Zunmai were. He had never been in a relationship before. He had such high IQ but low EQ, to the point that he didn't understand what it meant to like someone. He only knew that he wanted to stay by her side and make her his. Therefore, he specifically went to ask his mother. His mother told him that since he was interested, he might as well steal her away. Or maybe cling onto her and make her used to his presence so that she wouldn't want to be separated from him. CU fan decided that the latter option sounded the most hopeful, as that was the method his father used to court his mother. He had clung onto her until she agreed to marry him. If CU fan did the same now, he definitely can marry Zunmai. With great beliefs, CU fan began stepping over his borders. Zunmai allowed him to do whatever he wanted to. After all, this was her dear husband. Seeing how cute her husband was being, she'll allow it for the time being. Of course, allowing it didn't mean she was condoning it. She dragged little Nine away to go make use of the python's spiritual energy bead while telling CU fan to act independently. She trusted her husband to not reveal her identity. CU fan was busy exploring every inch of Zun's place when he received a private message. Quiet humming. You fan, are the forums true? You really found the love of your life? See handsome forums. What? Quietly humming. My God, how much do you not want to use your brain? You don't even look in the forums. Quietly humming. They say that you and that new Big Master Zunmai are a thing. Is that true? See handsome. What do you mean are a thing? Zunmai has always been mine. CU fan wasn't happy with this description. He wanted to hide Zunmai away from the first time he saw her. Based on past experience, he could get whatever he wanted. Although Zunmai was different than the things he wanted before, he will still gain her this time. She was already attached to him now, so she naturally can only be his. His friend seemed to be left shocked by his words. It took him a while to respond. Quietly humming. Then I have to congratulate you. But what about the arranged marriage your mom had set up for you? See handsome, I don't know about it. What does that have to do with me? Yesterday, his mother told him to do his best and bring home her daughter-in-law quickly. She didn't mention any arranged marriage. No, he didn't know about it anyways, so it really had nothing to do with him. On the other side, Magician quietly humming twitched his lips while reading the chat box. That fellow CU fan really didn't want to use his brain at all. He really deserved a beating. But he didn't dare beat him up, because if this fellow began using his brain, then he would be able to scheme his opponent to death. Quietly humming expressed that he was stressed out from having such a genius childhood friend. Quietly humming, all right. When can we see sister-in-law then? See handsome N. I'll ask Jun Xie. He closed his chat box and went to find Jun Xie. It would be good to meet them. They can help her when she needed it. CU fan had already began making plans for Jun Xie's future. He knew Jun Xie was different, but no matter what, he would help her. This feeling of doting and protectiveness seemed to be embedded in his soul. It was already a long-term habit. There was no way he could stop. Jun Xie moved the dead python to the side while watching Little Nine's reaction. This spiritual energy bead could only be cultivated and refined by the individual. No one else could intervene in the process. Jun Xie created a simple protective field and fed him a Dar-Huan pill before leaving him alone. It would take some time to completely refine it for one's own use. The process couldn't be rushed. Jun Xie, my friend wants to see you. Come with me. Dig Master C didn't know anything about being patient. It was more important to be able to take her along. As soon as Jun Xie stepped away from Little Nine, she was captured by C Handsome. He waited for response with anticipation. She looked back at the door behind her. There shouldn't be anyone coming to fight in the Ju Xian Pavilion storybook anytime soon. Seeing that her husband was so innocently adorable, she'll agree to his request. Okay, what time she needed to arrange her time in advance. As soon as CU fan got Jun Xie's approval, he rushed back to his private messages with his childhood friend. C Handsome quiet, what time? Quietly Handsome, who had been busy fighting in a mission with his group, was distracted by the sudden ding of his chat box. Immediately he was attacked by the beast, causing him to be left with 25 blood. He sighed in his heart. He was just trying to fight a beast in peace. Why was it so hard? He let out his signature move and dropped the beast's XP down 30 in one strike. Then, the rest of his group worked together to finish him. Quietly humming didn't even have time to pick up the equipment rewards. He quickly opened his private messages box, didn't even look who the message was from, and began typing out curses. Quietly humming, which bastard betrayed me? I almost died. Hurry up and compensate for mental distress. CU fan. C Handsome, quiet. Come here. I'm going to smack you. Quietly humming took a deep breath to calm down before looking at the messages. Within 2 seconds he froze with his eyes wide. Quietly humming, hey. You fan, my hand slipped just now. I typed the wrong words. Don't take them too seriously. Quietly humming, did you say you were going to bring sister-in-law to see us? Great. Let's do Saturday at 3. Today was Thursday. That would give him enough time to inform the others to come and watch. Chapter 165. After getting his answer, CU fan firmly deleted him. He turned to inform Jun Xie of the date and waited for her to nod in agreement. Jun Xie didn't have any opinions. She had nothing else to do anyways. Now she could plan to go find that King Feng monk leader. Little Nine's spiritual energy bead was still very much needed. After kicking him out, Zun Mai went to study. She still hadn't figured out what her mission was. She was starting to get stressed. Bao Bao, the mission said for to return to reality and to counterattack the scum man. Does that mean that this original body exists in the real world but it somehow got sucked into the game world and became a NPC? Zun Mai returned to her own room and called out to Bao Bao. There too many questions that needed answers. She needed to know more to plan her next steps. A white furry ball quickly appeared on Zun Mi's shoulders and rubbed against her neck. Madam Host, Bao Bao can't tell you too much, but the answers could be prompted at key points. In the original story, the male lead became a king of the gods. Also, Madam Host, the day you become the king of the demons is also the day you will be able to break free from certain chains and leave here. This place is just controlled by data after all. As long as you break free from the data numbers, you'll be able to see through to the spiritual and real world. Madam Host, no. Bao Bao will first leave. I already feel the data fluctuations starting. Bao Bao quickly dropped a few useful objects for Zun Mai and disappeared. He had felt that there was something that was trying to track him. Fortunately, it wasn't as fast him. Although he was a more advanced intelligence product and didn't need to be afraid of these middle-leveled intelligence worlds products, it still wouldn't be good if he was discovered. Zun Mai plopped on her bed digesting Bao Bao's words. She felt like things weren't supposed to be this complicated. Since she had a body in the real world and her mission included counterattacking the scum man, then could she be presumptuous in guessing that she became like this due to the scum man? As for why the scum man would do this, that would need to wait until she returned to the real world and investigated matters herself. After going over every portion of her clues, Zun Mai decided to take it one step at a time. The female lead, the second male lead, the cannon fodders, and all. She planned to temporarily stay out of their business. She needed to first trigger her hidden demon bloodline. Right now, she was already the largest figure within the spirit clans. She should have been able to successfully unlock the hidden mission. After she visited the King Yang sect, she wanted to go to the demon clan's headquarters to see if she could find any useful information. Deep in thought, Zun Mai didn't notice that her body began emitting dark energy. It was similar to the demon energy she had encountered in the Chuan world, except that it was even more solidified here. See, handsome, don't you have anything to do? Zun Mai tilted her head up. Her husband had truly become clingy in this world. Wherever she went, he followed. Cu Fan thought for a second before shaking his head. I'm not busy. They don't even call on me when they go out as a group to fight beasts. Therefore, he planned on following her no matter what. Wherever she went, he went. Who would be so blind as to not call you over to fight together? Zun Mai wasn't happy. She could bully her husband, yes, but no one else better even think about it. It's the childhood friends we're meeting Saturday. They are so bad, they left me out. Cu Fan was the definition of give a ladder and hell go straight up. He had no guilt in incriminating others. Let's not team up with them in the future. Humph, let's go. I'll take you to go fight beasts. Zun Mai lifted her head in indignation. How could those people leave her husband out here all alone? This won't do. She'll just have to bring her husband along with her to make sure he wouldn't get bullied elsewhere. Zun Mai completely forgot that she herself had been trying to throw him away earlier. 3. CU fans' group of childhood friends had been completely blamed unknowingly. Zun missed the best. When are you taking me to Ju Zion Pavilion? CU fan happily let out a light smile. It was obvious that he didn't smile often. His lips were a bit stiff, but his eyes showed all of his hidden emotions. Black lines immediately formed on Zun's forehead. She had just been pitying him, but now this fellow has made it hard on himself. Don't you already know that I'm the owner of Ju Zion Pavilion? Are you preparing to fight me for the mission? She narrowed her eyes dangerously, as if she was going to swipe him if he dared to nod his head. CU fan blinked. You are the flower spirit queen. But what does it have to do with me fighting Ju Zion Pavilion? Storybook. He didn't understand. If he didn't go to Ju Zion Pavilion as a representative, there would definitely be other people. What if Zun's identity is discovered by others? He wouldn't allow Zun Mai to be put in danger. Therefore, he needed to protect her carefully. He would only let people know that he, a big master, couldn't even fight Ju Zion Pavilion. That way, it would make others think twice about coming. Zun Mai couldn't see CU fans' brains' logical process at work. She only felt that there was smoke rising from her own head. She squeezed her hands into fists. Don't hold her back. She wanted to punch someone. Right before Zun Mai erupted, CU fan spoke again, making her anger pop like a balloon. That way, those people won't come trying to fight Ju Zion Pavilion. That way, no one else will discover your identity. Zun Mai froze. So that was her husband's reasoning. Water began collecting in her eyes. She turned her head away. How long has it been since she last cried? She had almost forgotten what tears were. Dummy. Her voice was a bit clenched, her tone was a bit low, but her curved lips revealed her true emotions. CU fan rubbed his head. Was he dumb? Big Master C handsome, Big Master Zun Mai. What a coincidence. We meet again. Big Wintermelon and Slightly Cold Night walked out from behind an area of grassland. The happiness in their faces couldn't be contained. What are you doing here? CU fan asked coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. If these two overheard anything they shouldn't have, they couldn't be let go. Big Wintermelon completely didn't perceive CU fan's murderous glance. Hearing his idol ask a question, he hurried to answer. Slight Cold Night and I were about to go to King Yang sect to complete a mission. We saw you guys as we exited that little path. We were too excited, so we rushed over without thinking. We didn't cause the two of you any trouble, right? He tugged his ear and smiled awkwardly, a bit embarrassed. Zun Mai knew that he was speaking the truth. She knew that there wasn't anyone around them earlier. Her surroundings detector had been accurate on every occasion except with her husband. Zun Mai thought perhaps it was because she was too familiar with her lover's aura and soul that she never had her guards up with him. Because of this, he was able to appear by her side repeatedly without her noticing. Chapter 166. No, we were also preparing to go to King Yang sect. Do you want to go together? Zun Mai smiled. The mask couldn't stop her from emitting charm within her smile. It was enough to leave the two third-wheelers frozen in adoration. Big Master Zun Mai was so warm, my gosh. They were about to become her diehard fans. The two-person group soon became a four-person group. The one with the most complaints about this change would be CU fan. His and Zun's two-person world was harshly interrupted. It was all because of these two oblivious fellows. His continuous emission of cold energy successfully froze Big Wintermelon and Slight Cold Night. In this mood, they finally arrived. But at their destination, they again met a group of uninvited guests. Jun Xie thought the book's ability to return to its original plotline was strong. Just look, the female lead and her harem were here to gain a cultivation repairer. See handsome, Miss Jun. You've also received this mission to reclaim King Yang sect. The lonely scholar stepped forward to speak amicably with Jun Xie and Cu Fan. If they were here for the same reason, then they might have to step back. We're here to find someone. You guys can go after we find him. Cu Fan made the decision for everyone. His Jun Xie seemed to be looking for something. He couldn't let them enter first. What if they break something? The lonely scholar wasn't surprised in the least by Cu Fan's impoliteness. There was no time limit for our mission, so we can go in whenever. Meaning, he agreed to Cu Fan's decision. Who is Miss Jun looking for? Do you need our help? Jun Xie thought about it for a second before agreeing. She hadn't forgotten that Bao Bao had said that becoming the queen and raising her ranks might help her break the barrier quicker and allow her to return to reality. Your mission was to reclaim King Yang sect for yourself. Jun Xie played with her flute and looked up at the sect doors in the distance. The lonely scholar didn't know what Jun Xie was getting at. He hesitated before answering, "That's right." Jun Xie nodded. "Then let's work together. I'm looking for an elder in King Fang sect. Remember to call me over if you see him. In return, I'll help you in this storybook's mission." She didn't want to have any ties with a female lead, but it was impossible to avoid. As of now, the female lead hadn't done anything to hurt her. So Jun Xie didn't plan on starting anything in kind. Meanwhile, that Zaikin Jun Xie narrowed her eyes at the person standing next to Yao Yao Ziro Kai and smiled. She better not scheme against her, or else Jun Xie would be forced to act harshly. The new group all headed into King Yang sect. Jun Xie quickly found the elder that was currently still refining the bead. She sighed and shook her head regretfully. She had arrived too late. The aura coming from that furnace was telling her that little Nine's energy bead was inside. It had been brewing in spiritual fire for 49 days. Since the reason for her visit was already gone, then she might as well ruin it all. The female lead was going to take the King Yang sect into new management soon anyways. Cu Fan had been by Jun Xie's side the whole time. Seeing her emanating with killing intent, the sword in his hand glowed and shivered. When Jun Xie nodded her head, Cu Fan charged at the King Yang elder. After all, this was just a programmed set of data. He was naturally not as OP as Cu Fan. Within 5 moves, Cu Fan had finished him off. After Cu Fan got rid of a few of the big figures in the King Yang sect, Jun Xie brushed off her hands and left with no plans of reuniting with the female leads group. They had done what they promised to do. Now the rest of the mission was the female lead's business. And what did that have to do with her? She only needed to wait for the female lead to continuously jump up in levels, or for her husband to turn into the king of the God clan. She had found out from Cu Fan that he was already a holy member already. Tian literally means holy son, but it basically means that they are of elevated status just right underneath the kings of the clan. Therefore, he wasn't far away from becoming a king. Before long, the world announcements went off. The female lead had successfully claimed King Yang sect. Now it was officially renamed as part of Night Owl Listens to Snowfall. The originally player clan had been transformed into an entire sect and camp. World announcement officially opening camp battles. World announcement officially opening camp battles. World announcement officially opening camp battles. Zun Mai looked at the comments pouring in. She smiled. It was finally starting. She didn't want to actually spend years in a game. If that happened, the scum man she needed to counterattack might have died a natural death by the time she returned to the real world. Sitting in a restaurant on Main Street, Zun Mai placed her hand to her chin while distractedly looking off into the distance. Little Nine has been in isolated cultivation for 2 days without coming out. She had gone to check up on him yesterday. There was nothing wrong, or else she would have already forcibly pulled him out. Zun Mai, fair here. Cu Fan sat by Zun Mi's side and topped her by placing his hand on his chin as well. But his line of vision was focused on the floor below them. Therefore, he was able to immediately spot the group of friends approaching. But, if he remembered correctly, it should only be that fellow quietly humming coming. Why was the whole group here? Zun Mai returned from her thoughts and made eye contact with the group coming in. She nodded her head and smiled amicably. Wow, boss, is this sister-in-law's so pretty? A man in a black assassin's uniform jumped to Zun Mi's side, turning in a circle to see every angle. Her equipment and weaponry was so high class, even better than his boss. Where did she get it? He also wanted to give his wife one. Cu Fan replied to his words by giving him a strong kick. Luckily, the other man reacted quickly and leapt out of the way. Big boss, don't be like this. We haven't even seen each other in so long. Don't bully me. Quietly humming pulled the man behind him and tried to convince Cu Fan. You Fan, look. This really wasn't my idea. They were the ones that heard you were bringing sister-in-law here and demanded to come along. Therefore it had nothing to do with him. The other people in the group rolled their eyes. They should have known that this fellow wouldn't be so kind-hearted. As soon as he saw the tiger's claws come out, he had scurried away to hide. You Fan, aren't you going to introduce her? A tall man in a luxurious purple robe returned to them to the purpose of their meeting. Based on his aura, Zun Mai guessed that he was a member of the Demon Clan. Zun Mai was very interested in him. Demon Clan, they were technically cousins or something. Hello, I am Zun Mai. She stood and reached out a hand. Hello, I am Thousand Waiting Flames, also you Fan's childhood friend. It's nice to meet you. The demon man warmly shook Zun Mi's hand in greeting. Sister-in-law, I am startling leaves, big boss right hand. The assassin man that praised Zun Mai popped his head out from behind quietly humming. Chapter 167. I am Chuan Yuan Demon, a cold and tall man introduced simply. After Zun Mai greeted all of them, they sat down and began chatting. But it was mainly startling leaves and quietly humming that were chatting endlessly. The others mainly listened in silence. Sister-in-law, we are planning on going to Jiu Zion Pavilion. Do you want to come with us? Zun Mai, who had been comfortably leaning back in her seat, spit out her tea in surprise, causing her to cough. Cu Fan pitifully helped Zun Mai regain her breath by patting her back. He didn't forget to glare at the culprit. If this fellow didn't suddenly open his mouth, Zun Mai wouldn't have suffered like this. Sis-in-law, I'm sorry. Big boss, I'm wrong. I really didn't mean to. Startling leaves only wanted to dig a hole and hide in it so that Cu Fan couldn't see him. This glare was too penetrating. His weak heart couldn't suffer through more. No, it's my own problem. Zun Mai finally felt a bit better. Anyone in her position would have reacted with surprise just now. How was one supposed to react when you are happily chatting with your friends, when one of them suddenly decides that they want to go crash your house and fight you to the death. It looked like her identity really was troublesome. Why are you guys so set on going to Jun Xie Pavilion? Everyone I've met recently are all rushing to go there. Jun Xie was still a bit confused on this part. Right now, the game hadn't even announced the mission attached to the Jun Xie Pavilion storybook. Moreover, her Jun Xie Pavilion was a higher level than all the others in the game. Without a high level and strength, no one could even pass Jun Xie Pavilion. Even worse, they could get killed, downgrade in level in the process. All these factors showed that Jun Xie Pavilion wasn't a place that anyone could just walk in. But there was always people with greed that surpass common sense. Of course, because it sounds exciting and challenging. Sister-in-law, you don't know, but my whole clan keeps clamoring about going to fight at Jun Xie Pavilion. They had just gone a few days ago, but they hadn't even found the path in before they running back with their tails between their legs. And then another group went yesterday, but they also came back sorrowfully. But that only increased everyone's interest. So we also want to go over tomorrow to check it out. Startling Leaves quickly summarized his clan's activities for the past few days without the least bit of hesitation. Rather, he seemed eager to tell all. Jun Xie stayed silent. Was she allowed to just fall on the floor and play dead? She was wondering why she kept feeling like a bunch of people roaming outside her pavilion. Why did everyone's desire to conquer become so much stronger the more challenging something was? All right, you guys go. I'm not going, though. Tomorrow I'm busy. Maybe next time, Jun Xie said helplessly. She didn't have the energy to argue with them. Instead, she should just quickly find a way to return to the real world. I couldn't even beat it, and you guys want to go fight in Jun Xie Pavilion. Cu Fan wasn't happy. His Jun Xie was Jun Xie Pavilion's flower spirit queen. If they wanted to fight Jun Xie Pavilion, then it would be the same as fighting Jun Xie. How could he let that happen? If anyone dared go, hell, kill them first. Startling Leaves looked at Cu Fan as he emitted cold energy, completely confused. However, Thousand Waiting Flames seemed to understand Cu Fan's message. So Yu Fan has done to Jun Xie Pavilion already, then we won't go to cause trouble. But Yu Fan, don't forget about the get-together we are having at the end of the month. The end of the month was the scheduled yearly gathering between the heirs of the high society in a circle. Anyone with a bit of status was hoping to attend. Meanwhile, Cu Fan had been using any excuse possible to avoid it. I'll go this time. Cu Fan had something that he needed to confirm. The others were all a bit shocked. Yu Fan finally changed his mind. Jun Xie had a guess. It seemed like they were talking about a rather important get-together in the real world. Then would the mission's target appear? If she could get out of the game before this gathering, she would be able to attend and investigate. There was still 2 weeks before the end of the month. That should be just enough time. While their group happily chatted, another group was beginning to feel a little tense. Master, I don't understand. Why does senior sister get everything? I also helped out. I also sacrificed for our team. I've never asked you for anything either. But you guys are way too biased. It's not fair. Zai Qin finally erupted. When Scattered Dust could only see Yao Yao Zyro Kai, she couldn't endure it anymore. The hatred and anger in her face was so transparent. Scattered Dust and the others were all surprised, as if they never expected Zai Qin to suddenly explode. Yao Yao Zyro Kai widened her eyes. She looked at Zykin, hurt. She really didn't know that this was how her junior sister thought. Did she do something wrong again this time too? But she only wanted the key of light thing so that she could increase her treatment skills. That way, she would be able to better help the team in the future. Zykin, you are a mage. The key of light is useless to you. Scattered Dust awkwardly replied after a few seconds. Looking back, it did seem as if he had not been as attentive to this disciple. Wu Sheng wasn't as thoughtful. He didn't like Zykin. He preferred the warm and kind-hearted Zyro Kai. That's right. What would you even do with a key of light you don't know how to heal? Why are you being so petty? Zyro Kai restores our blood for cultivation every day. She's done so much, so she deserves the key of light. The lonely scholar only rubbed his chin, not saying a word. Tall, rich, and handsome did want to speak up, but he decided it was better to just stay silent. He didn't know what to say. Zykin's heart turned cold. She had only come into the group 2 months later than Yao Yao Zyro Kai. But there was such a large difference in treatment. Well then, there really isn't anything else to say. She turned and left. Tears escaped from her eyes. She was a young miss of a big family, and yet she couldn't even compare to this person from nothing. When did it start? When did her eyes become blinded as she lost sight of her own heart? Why did she get so caught up comparing herself to this person that obviously couldn't match up for her but yet always came out superior in the end? She still lost so embarrassingly. How ridiculous. Those men really didn't understand. She didn't care about the equipments or the weapons. Junior sister. Yao Yao Zyro Kai ran after her but was stopped by Wu Sheng. Zyro Kai, why would you go after her? If she wants to leave, then let her go. But Yao Yao Zyro Kai was also in a tough spot. There's no but. What does she think this is? She throws a tantrum out of nowhere. We aren't toys that have to comfort her young mistemper. Chapter 168. Just as Zykin had regained her reason, she was once again forced to blacken. Her face twisted dangerously as her eyes darkened. She hadn't planned on continuing to fuss over this matter, but they were the ones not letting go. With hatred that couldn't be dispelled, she walked away from this place that she had once called home, one step at a time. Yao Yao Zyro Kai looked on, stunned. She didn't know what to do at this moment. Scattered Dust lightly patted Yao Yao Zyro Kai on the shoulder. This was his fault. If he hadn't been biased, then today wouldn't have happened. Zunmai had been deep in sleep when the system's reminder tone promptly woke her up. It was time. Was it time for what she thinks? She quickly pulled on some outerwear and walked out. Looking up at the black gas overflowing in the sky, Zunmai smiled. She removed the protective field around Ju Zion Pavilion, encouraging that demon energy to charge towards her. When all the demon energy rushed into her body, she almost moaned as the energy settled comfortably within her. World announcement: the Devil's Heir has arrived. The Devil's Heir has arrived. Commencing the battle between gods and demons. World announcement: the Devil's Heir has arrived. The Devil's Heir has arrived. Commencing the battle between gods and demons. When the dark energy disappeared entirely from the sky, Ju Zion Pavilion stood upright and slowly began lifting up in the air, as if it could practically take flight any moment. Meanwhile, Cu Fan, who had been obediently leveling up, was awoken by the sudden surplus of demon energy. At the same time, the god energy in his body began to stir restlessly. In the end, he broke through the level barrier and a king of gods because of this catalyst. World announcement: congratulations to the return of the king of gods. World announcement. Congratulations to the return of the King of Gods. The world announcements came out one after another. World announcement. Unification of the immortal world. Immortal Senior has awoken. World announcement. Unification of the immortal world. Immortal Senior has awoken. The onlookers all had their mouth agape. What was this situation? Why don't they understand this at all? They needed someone to come and explain this all to them. Did this mean that there would be a strict divide between gods and demons? Jun Xie felt the continuously flowing waves of momentous power in the air. She knew that this was coming from the sudden fluctuations of data. As long as she grabbed onto one, she would be able to follow it out of the virtual world. Jun Xie, if you can find me, I'll promise one wish to you. She quickly left a private message for Cu Fan. She targeted one of the most compatible energy flows and grabbed on, following it out of the data stream. The pressure and force between the traveling of spaces showed their resistance to Jun Xie's invasion. In the end, Jun Xie wasn't able to bear the force and fainted under the suffocating environment. Madam Host, wake up, the banquet is about to begin. If you don't wake up, the mission will fail. Bao Bao worriedly jumped up and down on Jun Xie's face, trying desperately to wake her up. He forgot to remind Madam Host that she couldn't fight against the current. She had to go with the stream to avoid being combated. It was all his fault. If Madam Host doesn't wake up, what should he do? Jun Xie was sleeping comfortably, but there was someone at her ear nagging without end. It sounded like it was Bao Bao. But what banquet was Bao Bao talking about? Why didn't she remember anything? And what did he mean the mission was about to fail? How could it fail? Wait, mission. She rose up immediately from the bed. She looked around at her surroundings. The white furry ball that had fallen landed in her lap. She quickly asked, Bao Bao, what happened? She realized that she was no longer in the game world. It seemed like she was in a hospital room, a very high-tech one. Madam Host, you're finally awake. You've slept for 10 days already. Bao Bao was really worried. Bao Bao finally let out a deep breath. Everything was okay as long as Madam Host was awake. What is the situation right now? Give me the original soul's memories. Also, that banquet you were just talking about. When is that? Jun Xie shook her head to focus her thoughts. Madam Host, the banquet was that get-together high society has once a year. It's beginning tonight at 8. The scum man is bringing the woman he cheated with. They are going to announce their engagement. Your body belongs to Nyan Jun Xie, the granddaughter of the old marshal. But very few people actually know this. The old marshal didn't want his granddaughter to be used or hurt by schemers. To protect her, he had her grow up on a faraway planet. The rest you can find in her memories. Host, I'll send the original soul's memories to you right away. Bao Bao didn't waste any time. He quickly transferred any relevant information to Jun Xie. Jun Xie flipped through the memories while stretching her body. This body seemed to have been lying for a long time. Her entire body was sore and weak. After going through all the memories, Jun Xie couldn't help but think the original soul was dumb. And that shameless man was, as expected, a scum. On planet CJ32, the faraway planet that Nyan Jun Xie grew up on, she was a top-tier heiress. To the outside world, her parents were military members lost in the line of duty. Their country took care of orphans. They assigned her high-intelligence robots, bodyguards, and large amounts of property. But no one could have thought that her grandfather's good intentions would have helped lead to disaster. As soon as Yiling saw Nyan Jun Xie, he began scheming. He pretended to be very much in love with her and launched a crazy pursuit, causing Nian Zunmai to fall into the trap of love quickly. Whatever Yiling wanted, Yiling got. Yiling said he wanted to go to Capital Star to develop and needed a large sum of money. Zunmai moved all the money she could to Yiling, even giving him her bodyguards for protection. In the end, Yiling took the money to Capital Star. That borrowed money really did allow him to become a successful man. He began to get his footing into diplomacy. Of course, this was thanks to another deceased marshal's granddaughter. She helped him become the Minister of Foreign Affairs, with large room for promotion. After tasting the tip of sweetness, how was he going to say no to temptation with his attractive looks? That girl declared that she liked him and wanted to marry him. Most importantly, that girl was much more intimate than Nian Zunmai. He had been together with Zunmai for more than 2 years, but all they had done was hold hands. He was a normal man. How could he put up with that? So, while one seduced and the other allowed him to, they naturally became a couple. When the bodyguards found out, they warned Yiling to not hurt their young miss or else they wouldn't let him off easily. That reminded him that he hadn't cleaned up his background. But he thought that as long as Nian Zunmai never left planet CJ-32, she wouldn't know anything about his new relationship. Therefore he could keep his relationships with both girls. He used his new girl's power to kill off the bodyguards and sent Nian Zunmai a set of fake news. Everything was going exactly as he planned until a year later. Nian Zunmai missed her boyfriend too much and came to Capital Star to see him. She inadvertently saw Yiling hugging and kissing a beautiful woman. Chapter 169. When she rushed forward to question him, the new girl pushed her off the sidewalk. An aerocar promptly ran her over, splattering blood everywhere. When the old marshal heard of the news, he fainted. It was his adjutant and his students that helped arrange Zunmai's matters. Even though she was sent to the hospital quickly, she was still diagnosed as dead on arrival. The Nian family had spent generations sacrificing for their country. However, they had received their standing in their country at the cost of numerous family members' lives. After suffering from his son and his daughter-in-law's deaths, the old marshal was not ready to send off another one of his juniors. To allow Marshall to relax, his students created a virtual reality game called Chaos. In this second world, they put in Nian Zunmai's consciousness. They used the data stream to stimulate her into waking up. In the original storyline, Nian Zunmai woke up on the day after the banquet. She coincidentally missed the scum man and the new girl's engagement announcement. Her identity was also uncovered. Her relationship with the 2 other parties also was retold so that she was using her influence to pressure them, and she finally got what she deserved. Her consuming hatred made her use her grandfather's power to attack the new girl. In the end, her plan self-destructed. The winners, the scum man and the new girl, sent the elder marshal into a mental asylum after his beloved granddaughter died. Meanwhile, one of the main reasons they were able to take down the old marshal was due to the male lead CU fan. The scum man had made a connection with the male lead and became his right-hand man. Zunmai was about to transmigrate into Nian Zunmai's body because her identity and awkward setting. The counter-attacking system had thus defined her as one of the second female leads. Moreover, her leftover grievances were too strong and needed to be relieved. Even if Zunmai wasn't this second female lead, she would still want to help complete her wishes. This person that eats from the bowl which staring at the pot shouldn't even be considered mentian, meaning a kind of person that has something, say a woman, but covets more, say another woman. He used his main girlfriend's money and resources to develop a career. But then he got a new lover, but still wanted to hold onto the old house shameless. She walked into the bathroom to take a bath, hoping to get the feeling of discomfort and stickiness off her body. It was only 3 in the afternoon. There was still a bit of time before the banquet began. It was more than enough time for her to do what she needed to do. Yi Ling and Yu Ling Zai better prepare themselves for the big gift she had coming up. She asked Bao Bao to dial the old marshal's phone for her. The original soul worried about her grandfather the most. What, did something happen to Zyro Zun? I'm coming home now. Hurry up and call the doctors. A tired yet tough voice sounded into Zun Miss' ears, causing tears to form uncontrollably in the corners of her eyes. She knew that this was the original soul's influence. Her grandfather had ended up going crazy and being sent to a mental hospital. Her grandfather had been the country's most powerful marshal who had captured the adoration of numerous people. But because of her, everything had been ruined. She regretted it now, yet she didn't have any chance of coming back. The one person the original souls felt most in debt to in this lifetime was her grandfather. Zun Mai felt the uneven beating of her heart in her chest and lowered her head. I'll help you get revenge, I'll protect your grandfather, I'll make sure to get back everything they owe you. Thank you. A light voice sounded in her consciousness before disappearing. Hello, what's going on? After not hearing anything coming through the line, the voice on the other end became even more anxious. Zun Mai could hear him yell at his driver to drive faster. Tears streamed down her face. Grandfather, she said lightly. Her emotions were complicated. She felt thankful that this man never gave up on Nyan Zun Mai. She felt relieved that his tragic ending could still be prevented. Zyro Zun, is that you? The old marshal's voice trembled with disbelief. Grandfather, it's me. I'm awake. Drive slowly, I'm not going anywhere. Zun Mai smiled lightly. Okay. Zyro Zun, wait for grandfather. I'll be right there. The old marshal instantly glowed with life. All his vitality and excitement returned to him in a flash. The big stone in his heart finally disappeared. The tension in his body finally relaxed. The 2 men next to him were also happily surprised by the news. Young Miss has finally awoken. Their marshal and teacher could finally let go of his worries now. Siyu Fan had successfully broken into King of Gods ranks. He had been just about to go to Zun Mai in search of her praise and love when he received her message. The instructions caused him to furrow his brows. Find her. It sounded like there was a deeper meaning behind this. Oh, he didn't want to use his brain. But for Zun Mai, he had to. He exited out of the game. As soon as he left the virtual world, he went to call his group of childhood friends. He then called over Wen Shu and Adjutant General to set up a search. Since Zun Mai said to come find her, then she definitely left the game already. He never saw what she looked like with her mask off. But as long as he saw her in person, he believed that he would be able to recognize her. She had an aura and scent too unique for him to mistake. Find her. 3 days. After 3 days I want to see results. Siyu Fan knocked on the table and spoke firmly. Commander C, do you have any other information besides a name? Wen Shu looked down at the 2 quiet characters on the paper in his hand with great difficulty. Why was his boss becoming more and more stubborn? It was fine to look for someone, but why did he only have a name? There were so many planets in this empire. There were more than 10 billion people, and it wasn't uncommon to share the same name. Was he supposed to go planet by planet looking for her? How many years would that take? More importantly, he was only give him 3 days time. 3 days. Not 30, not 3 months, not 3 years. The adjutant general stood on the side watching happily. Luckily, he was in charge of physical force on their team, so he wasn't tasked with such an impossible mission. Cu Fan didn't care what these two were thinking. He definitely was going to find Jun Xie. And then he would hide her away well. She had said it herself, as long as he found her, she would agree to anything he wanted. When Shu saw the determination in his boss' face and almost burst into tears. How was he supposed to appease his boss' unreasonable demands when he was finally using his brain? After kicking the two out, Cu Fan went home to find his mother. "Grandfather, why are you in a rush? That's not good for your body," Jun Xie lectured. She quickly rushed forward to help support him. His body was considered in stellar shape for a man already past 90. In this interstellar world, age had already increased to 103. 90 could only be considered the cusp of only age. Nianjang held Jun Mi's hand and stared at her before finally realizing that his granddaughter really had awoken. Chapter 170. The old man's eyes reddened immediately. He had lost his son and daughter-in-law when he was 70. His only family left was his granddaughter. He had been so close to losing her too. Jun Xie lightly patted his back and spoke softly. "Grandfather, it was my fault for being so rushed this time. I'm sorry for making you worried. I promise, this will never happen again." Jun Xie sat Nianjang down. He held onto her hand joyously. He thought that even if his granddaughter didn't wake up consumed by the need for revenge, she would still be furious. But seeing his granddaughter speak calmly, as if none of the past events even happened, Nianjang relaxed. But then he remembered the banquet being held tonight. He heard those two were about to announce their engagement. Zero Jun. "You're right now." He took a cautious glance at his granddaughter's reaction. Seeing no change, he kept speaking. It was better to rip the bandage off all at once to allow the wound to heal. "Are you still not over that person? He is getting engaged to that one from your family tonight." "You..." Before he could finish, Jun Xie interrupted him. "Grandfather, do you think your granddaughter is really that blind? I was only interested in him before because he treated me well. After all, I had been alone my whole life. I didn't have any friends or acquaintances around me. So I was curious about his outgoing enthusiasm. It was only because of that I allowed him to do whatever he wanted. But a low-quality item will always be a low-quality item. No matter how much you polish it, it will never become a true luxury item." Jun Xie coldly laughed. "Who did Yi Ling think he was? He couldn't even compare to a single hair on her husband's head." Nianjang watched his granddaughter. When he saw that she was speaking the truth, he broke out into a laugh. "Good. My granddaughter should have this kind of attitude. How could that thing be worthy of my beautiful granddaughter? If his granddaughter hadn't been in that accident, he wouldn't have known what happened on CJ31. He wouldn't have known Yi Ling was such a blind and stupid man that would never be able to amount to much." "Grandfather, I want to go to the banquet tonight." Jun Xie held Nianjang's hand and blinked her large round eyes in anticipation. Nianjang's gaze sharpened immediately. "Zero Jun." Jun Xie's eyes wrinkled at the edges and looked up innocently. Yet her words could shiver down someone's back. "I ought to make up for lost time. How could I let them get away? I'll make sure he throws up everything he ever swallowed up from me. I'll show him that Zun Mai isn't someone that anyone can just mess with. The original soul regretted sending herself onto the road of self-destruction and dragging her grandfather down with her. But it was all due to these two. Of course, she also had to hold part of the blame. If Zun Mai had let go of the past and started a new life, none of the terrible events would have followed. Zhang nodded his head in satisfaction. It looked like his granddaughter has really made up her mind. All right, the invitation card is in my study room. You can go get it. I'll get there a little later. I'm going to go take care of a few things first. He hadn't planned to come back at all for this, but he had a feeling that something was going to happen. Out of worry, he came back to take a look at his granddaughter. He hadn't expected such a great surprise was waiting for him. Zun Mai nodded her head obediently, practically making Zhang's heart melt on sight. The two talked for a while more before dispersing to conduct their separate matters. Since she needed to appear at tonight's banquet, then she could only go using her identity as Zhang's granddaughter. After tonight, her previous experiences wouldn't be able to stay hidden. She needed to attack first so that those people wouldn't have time to turn the spear towards her. Yu family was a good choice. Their commanding marshal had died, only leaving behind a young marshal with little ability. It was best for him to give way for a more capable person to take on his position anyway. An invisible smoke began to invade the air, waiting for the right moment to drown those around it. I think she means this as a metaphor to how she's laying a trap and waiting for the right moment to reel in. Glamorous clothing, blinding lights, trickling wine, luxurious chandeliers, and a court-styled ballroom made this banquet even more eye-catching. Si Yufan wore a double-breasted royal blue suit, revealing his lean figure. His eyes were ice and his lips tightly pursed together. They often say that those with his characteristics were known to be amorous. His eyes were deeper than the ocean. There was no end. Instead, they were layers and layers, swirling waves. One look and you wouldn't be able to escape. He leaned leisurely on a railing without care, yet was able to capture the attention of the entire room. His aura was dangerously sharp, but carried its poisonous allure, tempting others to come closer. Si Yufan ignored the eyes on him. He wasn't in a good mood. They couldn't even find a person. It seemed like his army force needed more training. Meanwhile, the Silver Wolf Legion suddenly felt a cold shiver down their spine. Suddenly, a gasp sounded near the entrance, as if something had captured their attention. Everyone turned in that direction, wanting to see the cause of their startled gasps. Si Yufan also turned his attention to the object of the crowd's wonder. He had first assumed there would be a dramatic scene awaiting him. He never would have thought that his one glance would change his entire life. A woman stepped out in a slim red evening gown, making her pale white skin appear even more snow-white. In the moonlight, she looked like an ice princess. Her peach blossom eyes carried a light smile that captured hearts immediately. Glistening red wine lips and a delicate face made her like the splitting image of a demon seductress, constantly seducing and charming onlookers. Her perfectly fitted outfit illuminated her thin waist and full hips. She maintained the small smile as she walked towards the crowd. Every step she took was like another step into the hearts of onlookers. They looked up at her as if citizens watching their queen descend. She was more dazzling than the sun, more magical than the most beautiful rose. Zun Mai slightly waved and began speaking to the crowd. "Hello everyone. I am Nyan Zunmai. This is my first time participating in this banquet. Her soft and clear voice resounded through the room. Nyan Zunmai. What a great name. Wait, whose young miss is this? Why haven't we seen her before? So beautiful. She's definitely from an aristocratic family or some big merchant family. Yes, she has such a nice air. Those were comments from those touched by Zunmi's appearance. Humph, didn't you hear her say that this is her first time here? She's definitely from one of those small families that finally crawled their way in. That's right, that's right. What's so great about her? These comments were obviously jealous of Zunmai. After all, her appearance stole away the attention from all the other aristocratic young misses. Chapter 171. Zunmai was a bit helpless. These contrasting comments were everywhere. But the more you respond, the more comments there are. She wasn't here to fight with them today. That scum man and woman were about to make their appearance. She was really looking forward to it. Zunmai, I've caught you. Tianxi's a Pokemon now, guys. Got her catch 'em all. Just as Zunmai was maintaining her perfectly arched smile, a hoarse voice filled with excitement sounded. Immediately after, she felt a large hand cover hers. It was an unfamiliar hand, but such a familiar feeling, making her entire heart melt. She looked up. That familiar face appeared in front of her. Zunmai relaxed into a more natural smile. Yufan, long time no see. It had been about 10 days. She had been sleeping the whole time. But does this count as you finding me? Isn't this more like I appeared in front of you? Her eyes flashed mischievously. That sly gaze made Yufan practically want to grab her and take her home immediately. I don't care. You never said this wouldn't count. Since I found you, you must keep your promise and agree to any request. Yufan said shamelessly. Zunmai admitted defeat. Her husband really was a cheat. Zunmai, Zunmai, Zunmai. Yufan continuously called out her name, trying to get an answer from her. All right. Well, count it as you found me, okay? She shook her head helplessly. Yufan raised his eyebrows and spoke sincerely. It's not count it as. It was always me finding you. To him, everything Zunmai said was true. Even if it was wrong, he would still nod his head in agreement. But if the matter was regarding his ability to get closer to Zunmai, then he would have to treat the situation severely and fairly. Yufan, in his own world, had already begun planning tricks for the future. Meanwhile, the others around them were petrified. Was this still the same young Marshal C that they knew? Perhaps he had been replaced. His entire atmosphere had changed so quickly that it was hard for them to accept. The fashionably late Yiling and Yuling Zai didn't notice anything. They only thought that it was abnormally quiet here in the banquet. After greeting the people in front of them, they turned and walked towards the half-meter-tall round platform set up for guests. The reason they were here was to announce their engagement. They also wanted to gain more connections with new people tonight. That would be most helpful for their future. Everyone, hello. We would like to take up 2 minutes of your time. Yiling supported Yuling Zai up the stage. He spoke loud and clear, turning everyone's attention onto him. Zunmai had received Bao Bao's warning as soon as the two of them entered the room. Seeing their actions now told her that they were about to begin their plan. But would she allow them to succeed? She stood quietly in her original spot to watch their performance. To be honest, scum man Yiling was actually not bad. He had a sunny and handsome complexion, making him incredibly likable to others. His attitude was perfectly practiced, making him seem approachable and allowing others to relax around him. Yu Zai wasn't very unique, however. If Zun Mai was being nice, she would say that she was pretty. If she was being honest, Zun Mai would say that she was more carefree. The ultra-short pink skin-tight dress only hid the important areas. Her two peaches were practically about to jump out. Her heavy makeup matched with her feminine and leader-styled outfit looked awkward and uncoordinated. But some men were truly mammals that processed the world with the lower half. They were already attracted to her red-hot body. Cu Fan hadn't let go of Zun Mai since finding her. Sensing that she was a bit distracted, he lightly moved closer and grabbed her thin white fingers. Taking advantage of her absent-mindedness, he clasped her hand into his completely and smiled with satisfaction. Zun Mai had been paying attention to her husband's supposedly covert movements from the corner of her eye. She let him do whatever he wanted. Her heart had already been swelling with happiness. "I hope everyone will be able to attend our wedding and give us your blessings." Yi Ling completed his long monologue. Zun Mai only bothered to listen to the first and last sentence. Seeing that it was about time, she stepped forward, taking the large loyal dog attached to her side up with her. "I didn't think that you would still choose to be with him. You really are blind beyond repair." Zun Mai sighed and shook her head. She looked at the currently smiling Yu Zai with pity. As expected, the scum man and woman were suited for each other. Although she knew her boyfriend had been dating two girls at the same time, and yet she was still unwilling to split with him. Yu Zai was a bit confused. She turned to look at the source of the voice that had just spoken. Her eyes immediately flashed with envy. This woman was too pretty. Her face was like a fox demon's. She wouldn't be here trying to steal Ling Ji away from her, right? No way. She had gotten rid of that original girlfriend after such difficulty. A burst of hatred quickly flashed and disappeared in her eyes, yet Cu Fan and Zun Mai were still able to detect it. Immediately Cu Fan let out an air of killing intent. Who was this? How dare so look at his Zun Mai with that kind of gaze? Was she seeking death? Zun Mai calmly patted the hand in hers. The smile on her face never changed. "What, you don't recognize me anymore? But I have such a deep memory of you too." Seeing Yi Ling's face continuously change, Zun Mai felt satisfied. That was what he should get for bully the original soul. Did he really think she was some nobody with no background or influence? Nyan Zun Mai. Why are you here? Yi Ling was speechless from shock. Shouldn't she be dead already? What happened? With a sneer, Zun Mai looked at him coldly. Yarmer Buddhist god of death himself felt that I had been cheated too horribly in the past. He pitied me. So he had me come back to take back what is mine. She smiled devilishly. Her narrowed peach blossom eyes were sharp and tough. I was wondering who it could be. So it was the loser. Humph, don't blame someone else for not being able to watch over your boyfriend. Yu Zai finally recalled the person in her memories. Her memories and the actual person were far too different. She hadn't even thought of her as a possibility in the beginning. But thinking about it now, her eyes filled with haughtiness as she decided to just sit back and watch. Ling was hers. They were about to get married. No matter how pretty Nyan Zun Mai was, she still hadn't been able to hold onto her boyfriend. She was happy just thinking about this truth. Even staring at her pretty face couldn't make her feel oblivious anymore. She was sure that not being able to hold a man even though she had such a pretty face was bound to get her embarrassed in front of the others. Yet Zun Mai didn't react like Yu Ling Zai expected. Her expression didn't change. If not because of the deceived marshal, I wouldn't even have warned you. Yu Ling Zai, do you really think you should entrust the rest of your life with someone who can take his girlfriend's money and resources out to develop his career, and get with another woman when his career began rise, but while he was with a new girl, he still didn't cut ties with his original girlfriend? Or do you really just have such low standards? Chapter 172. Zun Mai explained their situation within 3 sentences and easily threw the blame on the two of them. On the other hand, Cu Fan realized that his Zun Mai seemed to be this scum man's ex-girlfriend. Goddamn it, he was unhappy. He really wanted to punch someone. Zun Mai squeezed Cu Fan's hand and used her finger to scratch the palm of his hand, trying to comfort him. Yu Ling Xie's face reddened from anger after Zun Mai's words. Who are you to speak? You couldn't get him yourself, so you came to try to break up Ling Ji and I. How could you be so malicious? I'm already preparing to get married with Ling Ji. Do you think by doing this, Ling Ji would return to you? She pointed her finger at Zun Mai. Zun Mai was more worried about her shaking peaches. She was really worried that it would jump out. That would be too unsightly. Yiling pulled Yu Ling Zai back and comforted her. His affectionate gaze immediately made Yu Ling Xie's dark expression into light. If you ignored the passionate looks he was shooting at Zun Mai from time to time, people would really believe that this man was truly in love with the woman in his arms. Before Cu Fan could explode, Zun Mai spoke softly. Although I only agreed to get together with you because I was so bored that year, I still dislike men that flirt with other women while together with me. Even if you meant nothing to me, no one likes it when your plaything runs out of your palm. Moreover, you two were afraid I was going to expose your affair, and even pushed me out of the safety zone. Since I was just one breath away from death after my accident with the aerocar, I had to come and demand an explanation. You two really have taught me so much. As expected, scum men and scum women make the perfect couple. She wasn't angry, nor did she aggressively attack. She simply stated the truth, gaining the crowd's good impression. They saw that this was a catfight for a guy, but with numerous secrets to uncover. Most importantly, they saw that one of the parties seemed to have Marshal C clinging to her side. Everyone held in a laugh. When you had such an extraordinary partner, this Yiling would be nothing in comparison. As long as the individual wasn't blind, they would know who to pick out of the two. Moreover, there had been such big breaking news. This scum man and his other woman had hearts with black cause. Who would dare do business with them in the future? What if they were also betrayed? Murderous energy overflowed out of Cu Fan. Zun Mai's words were said with absolute calmness and indifference. But his heart ached unbearably. One breath away from death, he didn't want to even think about it. If she hadn't been able to make it, then what would he have done? No, these two people deserved death. Zun Mai held onto Cu Fan's hand tightly and gave him a kiss on the cheeks to stop him from falling completely into his dark thoughts. Zun Mai, Yu Yiling looked at the face that used to be the subject of his dreams in disbelief. Now, this face felt completely unfamiliar, as if they had never known each other. But it shouldn't be like this. She had loved him so much in the past and couldn't even bear to be away from him. He didn't believe that she didn't love him, that she had only been with him because she was bored. Mr. Yi, I believe we aren't that familiar. It would be better for you to call me Miss Nyan. Of course, I also wouldn't want to become familiar with a scum man. That would only pull down my status. My grandfather probably wouldn't be too happy about that also. After all, I can't allow such arrogant people trample on my family name. Jun Xie said bluntly. Her sharp words stabbed right into their target's heart and also brought back Cu Fan's reason. But that pair of scum man and scum woman had no shame. They only lived in their own world. Even though Jun Xie had already been so straightforward, they still thought she was purposely putting on a tough facade. Jun Xie, I know that you're angry and hurt. But I had no choice. I love Xie Xie. Xie loves me. She could stand side by side with me in terms of status. Meanwhile, he didn't complete his sentence. Everyone understood. Jun Xie was completely beaten by the scum man's act of "Oh, I still love you, but I also love her. I have no choice, I could only choose the one that would be the most compatible to me." She almost threw out her flute to finish him then and there. So disgusting. She had goosebumps all over from his act. Those around them all took a step back. The air was very suffocating here. Big Marshal C, please stop emitting such cold energy. We really can't handle it. Anyone with eyes could see that Marshal C was really feeling murderous. The results would no doubt be severe. Xie wasn't afraid to add more gas to the flames. That's right. You're only an orphan with a bit of money. What future would Jie have with you? What can you help him with? This time, Jun Xie really did roll her eyes. She didn't think that the Xie's world views would have been twisted to this degree. She knew that he was interested in her inheritance but was still proud enough to admit it. How many holes were in her brain? Jun Xie, don't hold me back. I want to kill them. Cu Fan glared at the two people on the stage, his eyes filled with fury. If Jun Xie hadn't been holding his arm, he would have charged forward. Jun Xie patted Cu Fan, trying to soothe his already tense muscles. Fan, you have to remember, when a dog bites you, you can't bite back. Just look, those are obvious two dogs with rabies. That's more the reason not to go up. They're so dirty. She looked up at him warmly and patted his hand. Cu Fan tilted his head as if to consider what Jun Xie had said. After a few seconds, he nodded his head. That's right. They aren't even the same species. I can't bully animals. Right now, the Empire is all about protecting those endangered species. How about we send them somewhere safe so that they don't hurt themselves or others? PFF. Jun Xie couldn't hold back her laughter. Was it really alright for her husband to say this right in front of them? Xie and Yi were at least smart enough to recognize Cu Fan. They stood quietly while Jun Xie and Cu Fan spoke. Seeing that the situation was turning against them, they spoke up. Marshal C, you can't do this to us. You don't have that authority. We are law-abiding citizens of the Empire. We haven't done anything wrong. Yi quickly called out. He still had many ambitions he needed to fulfill. He definitely couldn't afford to fall now. Xie was less worried. Her family background guaranteed that she could freely around the Empire. Chapter 173. Oh, no authority law-abiding, he laughed coldly. Here I am the authority. I am the law. If Cu Fan wanted two people to die, it was too simple a task. Jun Xie smiled while watching her husband completely change his demeanor. It was so exciting. Her adorably slow husband also had a hidden dominant side. How cute. That's right. I forgot something. Yi, Are you going to give back the things that were legally mine that you took from me, or should we talk about this in the military court? After all, that would be most appropriate with our identities. Jun Xie happily added more frost to the cold air with her words. A diplomat that potentially was going to be promoted to minister and two daughters of marshals. It was most appropriate to go to military court. Yi Ling could no longer maintain his face of calmness. He had taken a lot of money. Even though he could afford to give that much money now, no one would be willing to give up something that they had always considered theirs. Yu Ling Zai was even more unwilling. Nian Jun Xie was the loser in their fight. Why was she pretending to be the winner here? Why was she the center of everyone's attention? Why she was Yu family's daughter? Nian Jun Xie, don't go overboard. It was you who gave money and resources to Ling Ji on your own. Now that Ling Ji is successful, you want a piece of the pie. How could you be so shameless? Also, why don't you take a look at your status? What right do you have to talk to us like that? Do you think that an invitation to here means you've made it? How laughable. She ridiculed. She looked down at Jun Xie as if she was looking at garbage. Of course, this severely affected CU Fan's mood. The person that he wanted to protect at all costs was being treated like this by others. His heart hurt. Guards cut off this lowly person's tongue. Jun Xie didn't seem to want to get rid of them too quickly. Then he should help her collect interest for now. The remainder of their punishments can wait for Jun Xie herself to administer. 3 men in black emitting dangerous air appeared from amidst the crowd. They headed straight towards Yu Ling Zai on stage. These men had first been members of CU Fan's private Silver Wolf team. Whenever CU Fan was traveling, there would always be bodyguards. After all, CU Fan was of high status. There were many people red-eyed with greed. As the 3 approached, Yu Ling Zai finally began to feel slightly afraid. She took steps back and hid behind Yi Ling. Stretching her head out, she shouted, "Marshal C, you can't do this. My grandfather is a hero to the Empire. My father is a head marshal." Before she could finish speaking, 2 large men grabbed her and pulled her forward. Yu Ling Zai struggled to escape. Her hands were pulled behind her, making the exposing dress even more exposing. The 2 large peaches appeared without restriction in front of everyone. The whole crowd was agape due to the sight in front of them. The red marks around her body illustrated what she had experienced before coming to the banquet. To some, this was undoubtedly a temptation. Their lower halves reacted in response. To others, it was disgusting. CU Fan covered Jun Xie's face as soon as Yu Ling Zai was exposed. He also turned away his own head. His Jun Xie shouldn't see such a filthy image. He also wouldn't let his own eyes be polluted by such an image. Take her down. If she's so eager, give her to see the military troops. Of course, first send her to get checked out to make sure she's not infected by anything. If whatever sickness was passed down to the troops, that wouldn't be good. CU Fan changed his mind. In 2 sentences, he completely decided Yu Ling Xie's life. Just because he didn't react immediately didn't mean that he forgot how Jun Xie was pushed out of the safety zone in front of an aero car and left for death. CU Fan had never been a benevolent person. If anyone acted against him, he would slowly get revenge. No, Marshal C, no, I'm begging you, get away from me. Mu family's daughter, do you want to make an enemy of Yu family? No matter how much Yu Ling Zai cried or cursed, the 2 large men didn't release their hold on her. They dragged her out of the hall. Yiling had already been dumbstruck by this series of events. In just a few seconds, it was like he fell from heaven to hell. So this Nyan Zun Mai woman had somehow gotten linked with Marshall C. Damn it, why didn't he realize earlier? If he had known, he would have spoken more softly to her at least. Maybe he would have been able to make her fall hopelessly back in love with him and help him connect with Marshall C. It wasn't too late now. After all, they had those lovely memories together in the past, didn't they? Still daydreaming, Yiling quickly let out a wide smile and walked towards Zun Mai. It was as if he didn't even know the person that had just been dragged out the doors. Zun Mai, we are already so familiar with each other. But why didn't you introduce me to Marshall C? You're so childish. Now that you will be with Marshall C in the future, you must make sure to be more obedient in the future. Yiling spoke, his tone expressing that he was looking out for her interests, and that she should be thanking him. His whole attitude made Zun Mai unable to resist the urge to kick him. Very unfortunately, her kick landed right on an unspeakable area. A miserable scream resounded throughout the banquet hall as Yiling fell to the ground. Zun Mai blinked her eyes innocently. She really didn't mean to. It was a conditional response. Moreover, how would she know that Yiling would be so unlucky? A random kick could land so easily on target. Even the heavens were looking at this person unfavorably. On the outside, she maintained a face of innocence. Cu Fan chuckled and patted Zun Mi's head. It's all right if this kind of man is ruined. That way, he can avoid harming other innocent women. Cu Fan took a step forward, one foot landing on Yiling's hand. Yiling, right? He grinded his foot down before speaking again. You have until tomorrow to obediently return all the money and men you owe Zun Mai. If you are off by a hair, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Chapter 174. Yiling had already forgotten all logical reasoning due to the pain coming from his lower body. When Cu Fan threatened him, Yiling's anger got the best of him. He suddenly found a burst of courage and began ranting. How well did Nyan Zun Mai service you for you to be helping her to this extent? She's just a bitch that climbed up the social ladder using men. What right does she have to talk about me? Nyan Zun Mai, you're shameless. If you dare, come out yourself. Don't just hide behind Marshall C. His meaning was clear and the reasoning did make sense. But his words made a few people almost erupt with anger. This included the old marshal, his adjutant general, and his student, who had all just arrived. Another angered party was Cu Fan, who had been standing protectively around Zun Mai the entire time. Cu Fan hadn't moved his leg. Now, he harshly smashed down on Yiling's face. Crack! The tell-all sign of a broken bone sounded, accompanied by yet another screech. The previously straight nose had been flattened down. The crowd shivered. He had broken a nose with his foot. Marshall C's physique was no joke. In this moment, they could only think of one thing: you could go against the heavens, but you should never go against Nyan Zun Mai. They would even cross Marshall C himself before they crossed Nyan Zun Mai. From start to finish, Marshall C had been following Nyan Zun Mai like a loyal dog looking for affection and petting. Because someone yelled at her, he wanted to cut off her tongue and give her to the troops to use. Now because someone cursed her, he directly. The crowd refused to think about it anymore. The more they thought about it, the more they wanted to tear up. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue. Yiling tried to endure the pain stabbing his nose while screaming. Sue, I'm afraid that you won't get that opportunity. A clear but bitter voice called out. His voice carried the sternness of a military man and the sharpness of a tsunami. You worked together to scheme against my granddaughter. You almost costed her life. I, Nianjing, will make sure you pay for your actions. Nianjing walked forward from the back of the room. Those in their way naturally parted for them. Everyone's faces were utter shock. The woman that they had thought was just lucky in gaining Marshal Sis' interest was now of higher status than they could imagine. The old Marshal Nian's granddaughter. If there were two great figures that dominated the empire, old Marshal Nian would definitely be one of them. No one could even compete with his influence. Moreover, the other marshal was also on the same side. They were definitely in an alliance. Grandfather, you're here. Zun Mai smiled happily. The seniors' gathering was next door. The two events were actually not together. Yet grandfather appeared in this crowd because he was worried about her. Her heart filled with warmth as she smiled sweetly. Zyro Zun, are you all right? Nianjing grabbed his granddaughter's hand and looked him up and down. Grandfather, in fine. Yu Fan was here. Zun Mai pulled her suddenly frozen lover closer so that she could introduce him to her grandfather. Nianjing's expression was a bit stinky. His granddaughter had awoken after such a long time. They hadn't even had time to catch up as granddaughter and grandfather when this boy popped in. He was feeling a bit resentful. All right. See family's kid. Seeing that you protected Zyro Zun, I'll reluctantly acknowledge you. Not bad. He was utterly better than that Yi Ling. See Yu Fan was excited. Did grandfather just agree? Overwhelmed with excitement, he blurted out, Grandfather, I'll treat Zun Mai very well. Nianjing was depressed. Zyro Zun hadn't even married him yet. This fellow really did have thick skin. Zun Mai tried to hide her laughter from the sidelines. The light from eyes obviously expressed her happiness. Where there are happy people, there are saddened people. Just as the head of the Yu family, Marshal Yu, was drinking wine with his family, he received some news. In the next moment, his wine glass crashed to the floor and he headed to the banquet next door in a fury. When his group saw that there seemed to be a situation, they looked at each other before following after him. The chaotic banquet in Hall 1 was made even more nerve-wracking with the arrival of numerous seniors from the banquet in Hall 2. Yi Ling, who was on the floor still heaving, stood out to the new arrivals. Marshal Yu saw Yi Ling's condition as soon as he came in. His temper flared immediately. He walked over and pulled him up before roaring to the room. What damned fool touched my people? His red face paired with his twisted expression was quite ugly. No one made a sound. Those that knew what happened all looked up at the ceiling or down at the ground. Some even turned their backs towards him. They went stupid. No one was willing to be the source of the information. Moreover, Yu family couldn't even compare with Nian family and Si family. They knew which one they couldn't afford to offend. Marshal Yu was even more furious now. He grabbed the person that had delivered the news earlier, and demanded he explain the situation. The little soldier trembled as he retold everything that he had heard and then quickly lowered his head down. He was afraid of becoming the brunt of Marshal Yu's anger. He tried his best to make himself less noticeable. After Marshal Yu finished listening, he turned his gaze towards Si Yu Fan and Zun Mai. So you were the bitch that hurt my son-in-law and took away my daughter. Damn it, guards, send her to the beast-feeding zone. He needed to quickly go find his daughter or else it might be too late. Remember to give those beasts some aphrodisiacs. Since you dare touch Yu family, I'll make sure you suffer a plight worse than death. His bloodshot red eyes glared at Jun Xie. Jun Mei's expression also darkened. As expected, there wasn't a good person in Yu family. He didn't even care to understand the situation before going straight for revenge. Great, that's great. Yu Hitan, you dare do that to my granddaughter? What audacity. I originally thought that I wouldn't go after Yu family, at least for that old man's sake. But now that seems impossible. Nian Zhang was also angry. If Yu Fan and him went with Zhao Zun today, would she really have suffered such a fate? Just thinking about it gave him chills. This Yu family needs to be stopped. Grandfather, this is a small matter. You don't need to worry yourself with this. It's just a small Yu family, it's not worth getting angry over. Since they've already written their own execution papers, I'll just be a good person and give him what they want. Chapter 175. Yu Fan laid his plans out. They dare treat Jun Xie like this? Yu family really has reached the end of the road. They had no real use. Keeping them around would just be a waste of space. Nian Zhang seriously looked at Yu Fan before nodding his head. He patted his shoulder and sighed. I'm entrusting you with Zhao Zun. She had a rough childhood, so I hope you will protect her well. Make sure she doesn't get hurt. Besides his identity as a revered marshal, he was just an ordinary grandfather. His granddaughter had only been a few years old when she lost her parents. Afterwards, he had sent her away to a faraway planet. He didn't want to think about the kind of loneliness and helplessness that she experienced there. Who knew that just as she felt like she had gained a companion, this would be her outcome? Luckily, there had still been enough time for them to turn the situation around. Jun Xie didn't know what Nian Zhang was thinking, but she could guess. She grabbed Nian Zhang's hand and said cutely, "Grandfather, don't worry about me. I'm not that weak." Yu Fan lightly nodded his head solemnly in agreement. "Grandfather, don't worry. Jun Xie is my life. If anyone dared to hurt her, I'll make sure to turn them into ash." Jun Xie was so extraordinary, so beautiful, so wonderful. He needed to make her his first. He already decided, so no one was allowed to come try to steal her away. He turned to Yu Hitan. Seeing him stiffen, Yu Fan's eyes filled with killing intent. "Since Marshal Yu cares so much about those wild animals, then you can go service them yourself. Guards, send him away. Take this one with you too. He might as well treat them together so that neither of them could jump out to cause trouble in the future." Jun Xie didn't have much of a reaction. As long as the scum man and his other woman's conclusion was bad, she could relax. Yu Hitan was truly shocked. The soldier from earlier had said the woman had no worthy background, that she was only able to come in today due to Marshal C. In his eyes, Yu Fan wouldn't oppose Yu family just for a woman. That was why he was able to decide to punish Jun Xie without even reviewing the situation. But now they were saying this woman was Nian Zhang's granddaughter. Yu family definitely couldn't go up against Nian family and C family together. Although he didn't have much talent in the military, Yu Hitan's brain was up to par. He could clearly see the pros and cons of the situation. But how exactly was he supposed to turn this around? Before he could think of a solution, Yu Fan's men appeared. Without saying a word, they grabbed him. They didn't care if he was a marshal or a president. They only listened to Yu Fan's orders. If he said to take him away, they were going to take him away. It was obvious that Yu Fan's deterrence and authority in the military was number one. Yu Tan broke out of the two military men's grasp and tried to calm himself down. "See you Fan, what do you mean I still have my position as marshal? Even if you want to act against me, you still have to go through the military court and get their approval. You're abusing your power right now. I have the right to arrest you." The empire had always been composed of the three largest marshals, the court, and the parliament. All the sections were set up to obstruct any unfair or unjust things from occurring. Cu Fan's current actions were equivalent to breaking the law. Unfortunately, Yu Tan didn't know that the court and parliament had already been sitting in the palm of Cu Fan's hands. Both sides were all willing to gain his favor, much less overlook a power move for him. Even if he didn't gain their permission, they wouldn't be able to make a sound. When Yiling heard that he was also being dragged to the beast-feeding zone, and even his father-in-law had no way of getting out of this, he promptly fainted from fear. Zun's lips twitched. As expected of Scum, he could faint from such a minor sign of trouble. He didn't have a backbone. Luckily, he hadn't clung onto the original soul, or else she probably wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to smack him away early on. Cu Fan and Nianzhang looked down at Yu Tan's behavior with disdain. Every time there was something he couldn't handle on his own, he would pull out the court and the parliament. "Speaking with you is a waste of my saliva. Drag him out. Such a good banquet has become so bleak because of you." Cu Fan waved his hands. A few large soldiers quickly rushed forward and took Yu Tan off the grounds. Those that had run over from Hall 2 watched perplexed at this scene. So this was the old marshal's granddaughter. 100 rumors are not even comparable to one glance. No wonder she was the old marshal's granddaughter. She had a transparent air of nobility, making her stand out among the other young misses in the crowd. The one smiling the most was Cu Fan's mother. Her no-fling's son had finally asked her about emotions. She had been so excited that day that she couldn't even sleep. This son of hers was finally beginning to see women, but a few days later, he walked around all sullen. She almost thought her son had been rejected. Fortunately, her son could finally start being peaceful again after today. Mother C was feeling very happy. In her head, she was already planning when to prepare their wedding. Marshal Nian's granddaughter. Whether it was background or the girl's temperament, everything about her was very suitable for her son. But she wasn't that conservative either. As long as they loved each other, she wouldn't object. Since the girl obviously was interested in her son as well, all was well. Zun Mai felt a sudden chill run down her back, but it quickly disappeared. She raised an eyebrow. She didn't just become the target of someone else's schemes, right? Cu Fan put his hands on her shoulders and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? What about we leave first? It's already so late. Let's go get something to eat." She looked up at the clock on the wall. It was already 11 p.m. Time really flew by. Zun Mai thought for a second before nodding her head. She had done what she needed to do already, so there was no real point in staying. Besides, weren't there many future opportunities to network anyways? "Grandfather, are you staying or should I follow you back first?" Zun Mai tilted her head and asked. "You two go eat. I'll return later, don't worry." Nianzhang patted the hand Zun Mai hooked around his arm. "All right then, Uncle and Jiang Ji, please take care of my grandfather for me. Let me know if there is anything." Zun Mai asked the people standing on guard next to Nianzhang. "Young miss, don't worry. Well, take care of old Marshal." And Kang smiled and replied. Si Yu Fan took Zun Mi's hand and walked away with satisfaction, completely disregarding the mess he made that still needed to be cleaned up. Mother Si happily went off to help clean up the mess. Nothing should be as important to her son as the task of pursuing her future daughter-in-law. The two elders of the respective families harmoniously came together and began discussing their junior wedding. Chapter 176. When quietly humming and the others finally rushed over, all they saw was an empty hall. What was going on? Why didn't they know? Tan Tai, didn't Yu Fan say that he was actually going to attend the banquet this time? Where is he? Startling Leaves asked, confused as to why there wasn't a single person here. Quietly Humming was also confused. He had texted Si Yu Fan earlier. They agreed to meet here. But what happened? I believe you guys would be very interested in finding out what happened here. Thousand Waiting Flames put down the virtual screen installed in his wristwatch. As times changed, the IQ and technological advances of men also reached new heights. Now there were no longer cars that ran on roads. There were no longer old-fashioned things such as cell phones. The aerocars in the sky represented a new age of tools. The multifunctional brain chip replaced texting and other communications, as well as identity cards. Thousand, do you know? Hurry up and tell us. Startling Leaves jumped in front of Thousand Waiting Leaves, filled with curiosity. They had only arrived a little late, but why did they feel like they missed an entire show? Thousand Waiting Flames didn't hesitate. He gave a simple summary of events. The others stared with their mouths agape from absolute shock. This was truly too unbelievable. Elder Marshal Nyan's granddaughter appeared, and it was the same girl that Yu Fan had them search everywhere in the empire for. Why didn't they think to consider perhaps the girl couldn't be found because her status was too high? But this couldn't be blamed on them. They didn't even know Elder Marshal Nyan's granddaughter's name. Although everyone knew he had a grandchild, no one had ever seen her. Then where are they now? Let's go see her in person. As expected of someone who could tie down Si Yu Fanches of God level 2, Startling Leaves remarked again. Like attracts like, after all. Misty Rain Janan. Thousand Waiting Flames looked over the news that just came in before turning to leave. Yu Fan wanted them to all go there. He predicted that he wanted to officially bring her into their circle, based on status alone. Even though Zun Mi was the Elder Marshal's granddaughter, she wouldn't have the privilege of directly entering their top-tier group of heirs to aristocratic families. But with Si Yu Fan by her side, it was a different matter completely. When they arrived, they were right on time to see Si Yu Fan wiping Zun Mi's lips with a napkin. They looked at each other. They could barely stand this. Wasn't it just falling in love? Did they have to be so expressive? What are they supposed to do as single dogs? You're all here. You guys have met, so I won't introduce you again. Si Yu Fan sat back in his seat and poured Zun Mi a bowl of white fungus soup, only sparing a quick glance towards the arriving party. Quietly Humming and Startling Leaves couldn't stay calm. This version of Si Yu Fan really made them feel like there was a problem with their eyes. If they didn't know better, they would have thought he had been replaced. Thousand Waiting Flames took the initiative to sit down in front of the two. He spoke warmly. We already knew Zun Mi was a beauty. But I didn't imagine that you could be so beautiful underneath the mask too. If anyone else had said it, it would come off as flirtatious. But when Thousand Waiting Flames said it, it was a sincere compliment. It was because his expression was far too gentle. His light smile couldn't help but make others feel comfortable around him. His warmth was like a spring breeze, his stature reminiscent of a majestic mountain. He could be considered numerous girls' ideal lover. However, Jun Xie's heart and eyes were already completely filled by her dear husband. Thank you. But compared to me, you are much more outstanding, Jun Xie said truthfully. Her first impression of him was that he was beautiful in a way that transcended gender. Jun Xie, don't be biased. Don't just compliment flames, I'm also very interesting. Startling leaves popped up by Jun Xie's side and smiled at her. He reminded her of a Persian kitten waiting impatiently for its owner's attention. She reached out and patted his head. He had a youthful face. If she didn't know his age, she really might have a hard time guessing. You're also pretty. But there are different kinds of beautiful in the world. Everyone has their own beautiful points. Before she was done patting, her hand was pulled away. She turned to her side to see a big pitiful dog. Loyal puppy C had a face that said, "You don't love me. You've abandoned me." Jun Xie almost bursted out laughing. You fan, you have to know by now that you have the unique spot in my heart. You are the most special one. We've walked so many worlds together. I could forget all my friends and family before I forget you. Cu Fan was happy with her response. He gave a cold snort towards startling leaves and thousand waiting flames. No matter how much Jun Xie complimented them, she still wouldn't care about them. He was still the most special one to her. Thousand waking flames only chucked as he watched Cu Fan try to control his facial expression. In his heart, he sighed. The seemingly most unlikely one was able to find his other half. Moreover, he had found her so quickly. He had managed to find someone, an elegant and unique person that loved him immensely. Few people had the chance to meet such good luck in love. Although startling leaves always talked about his wife this and his wife that, they were only in a relationship online. Quietly humming was the most shell-shocked. What was up with this group of people? He hadn't even acted yet. Why were they getting ahead of him? Chuan Yuan demon. Chuan Yuan always spoke in the most efficient terms possible. He sat down next to startling leaves and nodded towards Jun Xie. You Fan, you're not being kind. Since someone dared to bully sister-in-law, we should do more. Quietly humming finally found his voice. He sat down at the last seat and spoke up about the event. When they first heard about it, they really were very angry. How could there be such a shameless man? But luckily, sister-in-law woke up again so that she could meet her true love. Seeing their sister-in-law's demoness beauty now, it was fortunate that she hadn't been polluted by being tied with that scum man. Chapter 177. He would have been fine if he didn't mention it. But with that sentence, Cu Fan was reminded of how Jun Xie had once been together with that scum man. Immediately he became a jar of vinegar. She actually liked someone besides him. Don't eat vinegar so randomly. I barely ever even held hands with Yiling before. And those few times that we did hold hands, it was because he grabbed my hand when I wasn't looking. I always moved my hand away afterwards. You know, I lived on CJ31 for so many years. Everyone around me had been sent over by my grandfather. They all treated me with utmost courtesy and didn't dare break into informal language. It was fine for a while, but it got tiring. Coincidentally, Yiling appeared and helped me pass the time. So I allowed him to appear by my side, and then he started announcing everywhere that I was his girlfriend. I didn't really explain the truth either. After all, he was just a little matter to me. Seeing him bounce around was also kind of entertaining. But I guess because he was a bit panicked when he realized that my attitude towards him never changed. Therefore, he mentioned that he wanted to come to Capital Star. So I gave him some money and a few bodyguards. I said it was to protect him, but the truth was I wanted to know how long he could actually stick it out in the capital. I just never imagined that he would dare to kill off those men. It was because of that I came to Capital Star. When I saw him together with another woman, I couldn't resist. I wanted to scare them a little, but in the end I was the one who fell into the trap. Jun Xie spoke nonchalantly, but her eyes were serious. She wasn't the original soul. Naturally, she was able to step back and see the entire story clearly. But there was one thing that she chose to hide. The original soul did indeed like or even love this scum man. After all, he came after 10 years of solitude. Meeting a boy full of sunshine in that environment made it easy for her to fall in love. But Jun Xie definitely wasn't going to tell her dear husband that. If he eats vinegar again, the only one being punished was her. CU Fan's expression didn't get much better after listening to her explanation, but the dark gaze in his eyes changed. Now they were filled with pain and worry for Jun Xie. Jun Xie couldn't resist but lean forward and kiss his sorrowful eyes. Maybe they were far too familiar with each other so that they were able to understand what each other wanted to say from just a simple glance or gesture. In just saying, "We're still here. Can you stop torturing us?" Quietly humming complained lightly. Jun Xie smiled brightly. "Y'all understand when you guys find your other halves too. You want to put the best side of yourselves forward and completely obliterate any obstacles or dangers in your way." Quietly humming twitched his lips. It wasn't like he didn't want to find his other half, it was that he couldn't find his other half. This wasn't like cabbage, he couldn't just randomly choose one and bring it home. Fate is a strange thing. Perhaps somewhere someone perfect for you has already appeared. It could be that you just haven't noticed yet. You have to know how to be aware of all the signs. Jun Xie spoke. She was speaking as someone with knowledge of the plotline. The original plot naturally included some information about the people around the male lead, including their future conclusions. But she didn't plan on revealing too much. Some things needed to be experienced themselves, just like quietly humming with the process of love. Thousand waiting flames looked at Jun Xie, pondering. She seemed to know something. Jun Xie looked back at him with an innocent smile. That's right. Sister-in-law, I keep wanting to ask you. Where did you get that golden outfit from? Chaos. What mission was that? Startling. Leaves jumped up. He had wanted to ask while they were still in the game, but he had forgotten. CU Fan was still busy in bliss from Jun Xie's sudden kiss when he was startled back to reality by startling Leaves' sudden loud yelp. He looked unhappily over in his direction. That's a limited edition. Even if you knew where to get it, you won't be able to defeat the mission. That's what you get for breaking into my good mood. Jun Xie nodded her head. That's something my character just comes with. After waking up, when she found out that chaos was created by her grandfather's students to help save her, she really could feel the original soul's sorrow and regret. If Jun Xie hadn't used some of her own spiritual energy to soothe her, the original soul might have collapsed entirely. How can that just be a part of your character? Chaos storybooks are all hard missions. Not to mention those that have just entered the game. There isn't even a new player package. Startling, Leaves said, looking at Jun Xie as if to say, don't lie to me, I'm not that stupid. But was she supposed to tell them that she was a bug within the system so had more power, or perhaps that she had two identities so the golden outfit truly did come with one of her characters? How about this? I'll take you to try tonight. Let's see if we can get another one of the costumes on the system ranking board. Zun Mai thought for a moment. That men's magic robe was also pretty powerful. But it was just a bit off by Zun Mi's standards, or else she would have given it to her own husband. She prepared to buy the men's golden feathered armor costume from her own space market. She thought her husband would like it, since it had a powerful and domineering aura. Really startling, Leaves excitedly grabbed Zun Mi's hands. Slap! Cu Fan harshly slapped startling Leaves' hands away. Don't get touchy. Speak nicely. He dared to take advantage of Zun Mai humph. He deserved a beating. Quietly humming, and the others watched with their expressions in the shape of the character. The dog food was too strong. Startling, Leaves angrily rubbed his red hand but was too scared to speak out. He really had just been overcome with excitement. So please stop glaring at him as if he was out to steal her away. He really wouldn't even dare entertain such a thought. Cu Fan pettily wiped off the area on Zun Mi's hand that startling Leaves had grabbed with a handkerchief. Then he covered her hand with his. Startling Leaves. Why was he being treated like bacteria? Quietly humming had already become numb to their PDA. He watched Cu Fan's actions and silently laughed sarcastically to himself. End of friendship, end of friendship. Meanwhile, Cu Fan was too busy happily eating Zun Mi's tofu to care. Tien eating tofu is slang for taking an opportunity to get all touchy-feely with someone. Zun Mai was already speechless. That it's getting late. Let's meet up in the game. She spoke as she pulled Cu Fan up to leave. This fellow was really too much. He better not think that she didn't know exactly what he was scheming. Was her tofu that tasty? She really needed to teach him a lesson or two. Chapter 178. Headeth Cu Fan we just saw wasn't the same Cu Fan we know, right? Quietly humming couldn't resist but ask. Thousand waiting flames response for him was to get up and leave. He didn't want to bother with such a dumb question. Chuan Yuan Demon also left quickly. On his way out today, his family had told him to come back early to discuss something. Quietly humming and startling Leaves looked at each with similar faces of sympathy after abandonment. But when he thought of how Zun Mai was taking him to fight a mission, startling Leaves became energized again. He left quietly humming and ran off. He needed to quickly go back to find his wife so that they could wait for Big Master together. 3 black lines formed on quietly humming's face. This group really didn't believe in love amongst friends anymore. He wanted to break their friendship for a minute. No, he needed a 2-minute break. Cu Fan sent Zun Mai home. He glued himself to the ground, not wanting to leave. Zun Mai raised an eyebrow. This fellow was using the method of getting an inch and wanting a mile more and more often. Go home, we'll see each other in the game. She toughened her heart. Without a second glance, she quickly walked into her house. According to her past experience, if she was to let her guard down, she would only be completely eaten by him. In order for her to be actively jumping around for a few extra days, she needed to learn how to be more tough around him. Cu Fan pitifully watched as Zun Mi's silhouette disappeared before replacing his dumb expression. His eyes filled with ice-cold killing intent. The matters with you family went over yet. He needed to go back and prepare everything and make sure nothing would harm Zun Mai. As for those that have previously hurt her and were now living pretty well off, he. His car quickly screeched out of her driveway. Zun Mai walked into the living room but only saw a few workers. Did Grandpa come back? Her grandfather should be back by this time. Had he already gone to bed? Young Miss, Master isn't back yet. But Master did want me to tell you that he won't be coming back tonight. He made plans with a few friends. If you need to reach him, he told you to solve you. the apocalypse really the death of humans? Leader Song is a pretty good person. I hope he's able to think things through sooner rather than later. Zun Mai was laying in Yi Mingye's arms, looking up at the sky. Yi Mingye knew that Song Ziqian would adjust later on and reach great accomplishments. And he will go to sleep. We have to be up pretty early tomorrow. He lightly patted Zun Mi's back, as if coaxing a little child to sleep. The only thing missing was him singing a nursery lullaby. Zun Mai found a comfortable place in his arms, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Yi Mingye looked down at the face that was etched into his soul. His eyes were filled with warmth. Zun Mai, mirror, it's a blessing to meet you. It's a blessing to not have lost you. It's a blessing to fall in love with you. Chapter 200. I won't allow this tragedy to happen again in this lifetime. I'll make sure to give you a peaceful world. Well, fill it with your favorite flowers, raise your favorite animals, and live a life you'll want to live. Leaning on Zun Mi's shoulder, Yi Mingye closed his eyes too. The corners of Zun Mi's eyes suddenly wetted with tears. Yi Mingye didn't see them as they quickly disappeared into her long dark locks. Where did my abilities go, tell me? Where did it go? Did you steal it? Give it back, give it back, give it back to me. Early in the morning, everyone woke up to screams and curses. Before they could figure out the situation, they saw a bald woman in a white dress run around crazily while pointing at everyone and repeating the same words. No one could understand what was going on. What did they do? Zun Mai woke up in Yi Mingye's arms. She took the water glass that her husband was offering. She took some water and a pinch of salt to rinse her mouth. After a simple cleansing, she used a wet towel to wipe her face so that she could at least pass as clean. She then leaned on the car window, watching as Ming Mei shouted and pointed everywhere. Ming Mei couldn't accept the current situation. Before yesterday, she was still the person that everyone was jealous of and needed to please. When she woke up, she had lost all her abilities. The panic in her heart spread. Did someone find out that they could take someone else's abilities, so they came to steal hers? No, healing abilities could only be hers. She needed to become the person that everyone envied. Damn it, who was it who stole her abilities? Zun Mai, yes, it was definitely her. Only she would be so shameless. She looked everywhere, her eyes finally landing on Zun Mai off in the distance. She immediately charged over. Zun Mai sighed. This person was definitely looking for trouble. Damn it. She didn't even do anything. Why did the female lead always blame her when something happened? Ling Chen grabbed Ming Mei as she almost reached Zun Mai. Go away. Ming Mei bared her teeth at this tall man, her eyes filled with hatred. You're just one of Yi Ji's dogs. What right do you have to speak to me? Get out of my way, or else I'll have Yi Ji kill you. The still hallucinating Ming Mei had always felt that Yi Ji was hers. Even though he was with Zun Mai right now, he'll be by her side in the end. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Ming Mei as if they were looking at an idiot. Where did this person get the confidence? Yi Mingye obviously had a partner already. Moreover, the two seemed to be on incredibly good terms. Everyone could see that they were in love. Perhaps the eyes of the audience were too sharp. Ming Mei erupted. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll carve out your eyes. After shouting, she returned to her warm, careful expression, and looked pitifully into the car at Yi Mingye. Yi Ji, look at them. They dare try to hold me back. PFFT. Ling Chen almost threw up. Sorry, I really can't watch. What is this? Why is she so shameless? Ling Chen really felt disgusted. He was willing to just hold it in when she was yelling at him. But this was too much. Zun Mai glared as fists formed. Ming Mei was really more and more disgusting by the day. Looking at this kind of person made her entire body feel uncomfortable. Ming Yi, let's go. She can't fight her right now, but she could still hide from her, right? Ming Yi didn't even spare a glance in Ming Mei's direction. Ling Chen sat in the driver's seat as the three of them took off. Ling Chen very generously sent a small present for Ming Mei before leaving. He laughed gleefully when he saw the person that had fallen into a hole in the ground. If you upset someone with earth abilities, you can expect to trip and fall into a hole at any time. Another mind energy stone. Why are there so many people with mind abilities? Ling Chen looked at the energy stone that Ming Ji had dug out while everyone else had been sleeping. Ming Yi held up the energy stone while pondering. He hadn't heard of this many mind ability zombies in the last life. Maybe it was because he hadn't come on this path in his last life, so he never knew. Is this from Little Five? Zun Mai took one look and lost interest. They were already far away from that group of people. They didn't need to worry about them catching up. They truly wouldn't chase after them. After one night and one day of chaos, there were no longer many people that wanted to interact with that so-called healer. Although her ability was rare, the person herself seemed to be crazy. Song Zaiqian didn't have the spare time to care about them. His only job was to bring them to B City. He gestured for his people to get in their cars, completely ignoring Yuan Boss group. As soon as Song Zaiqian's group set off, Yuan Bo slapped Ming Mei. You bitch, I thought you would be useful, but now it's all because of you. The military has cut ties with us. When we get to the base, we won't have any stable standing. The rest of the group didn't step forward to stop him. Before, Ming Mei had seemed fragile and weak, beautiful and in need of support. But now her image had been completely shattered. Men were like that. If you lose the side of you that made them protective, they wouldn't have much sympathy for you left. Ming Mei hugged her head, her eyes falling in streams. Why did it become like this? This was completely different than what she imagined. No, she can't give up. These were all tests. As long as she was able to bear through, she could still be the winner in the end. Yi Ji would still be hers. Ming Zun Mai will never win over her. She needed to make sure Ming Zun Mai suffered a fate worse than death. Yu Ji, please give me an energy stone. My ability just weakened. It's not gone. My energy stone hasn't shattered, so I can still restore my ability. Hate and unwillingness to accept the current situation made her want to keep climbing up, even if she had to beg now. Yuan Bo thought she was right. Restoring her abilities was their priority. Luckily, those with healing abilities could consume any type of energy stone. This lowered the difficulty of the task, as well as increased the group's hope. Immediately, his attitude towards Ming Mei did a 180 twist. He carefully supported her off from the ground. He gestured for a man with glasses to go grab her things while he helped her into the car. He dusted the dirt off her clothes. End of all 2 Part 2.